I also want to once more welcome all of us. I assure you our partnership is endearing to all of us. Thank you for listening.
Dr. Rufus Sebegba, Director General, National Biosafety Management Agency, with a goodwill message. The Director General and the representative of Executive Vice Chairman, this Director General for NABDA is out there waiting to have the group photograph with you, while the remainder of us will just wait to the panel, and then we'll see you thereafter. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are requested outside to join having the group photograph, please. Let's do that one very quickly and return to the commencement of the program. Thank you. You can do that as quickly as possible.
Are you going now? Yes. Meet them at the back. Sarah, ask for Sarah. The lady on blue with attachment. Sir? No, it's just digital. Okay, okay, okay. So you can call them. You can call them, right? Okay, I think we are done. Okay, okay, sir.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, from the photograph session, we can just proceed on the team break. This is 11:20. Can we return here by 11:45? Let's file in for tea break and then return here 11:45. Thank you.
Growing to Wealth, the story of genetically improved crops. Our African elders say it takes a whole village to raise a child. And yes, it took efforts from stakeholders across the academic and political strata to fulfill the mandate given by the Nigerian president and commander-in-chief.
I wish the farmers will go and stay in the land so that we can produce what we need sufficient, so that we don't have to import. In any case, we don't have any money to import food, so we must produce what we are going to eat.
The National Biotechnology Development Agency, NABDA, and the Open Forum on Agricultural Biotechnology, OFAB in Africa, Nigeria chapter, rose to the occasion with the Minister of Science and Technology giving leadership to science and technological innovation, together with his counterpart, Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development, providing the necessary support for agricultural revolution. Nigerian farmers say that the adoption of biotechnology in farming has the capacity to pull the majority of them out of poverty, following the advantages attached to genetically modified, improved GM crops.
Akwai bambanci da yawa saboda waken da mun saba nomawa ba ta yin baki haka kamar wannan, amma wanga gata nan baki kuma gashi ta so mai fure tun da wuri. Wannan a yadda aka bani doka ba zai wuce ko su 4 ko 5 ba, ya danganci yadda kwari suke. Amma wancan wake namu na dana ko ya aka yi, in ka fesa yau in an yi ruwa yau ya tafi, gobe kuma sai ka sake a wannan kan bari babu, za ka iya maso biyu in ka yi shi kenan. Abin da muke bukata a wajen gwamnati ka riga taimakon mu manoma, mu riga samu. Yanzu wannan cin gaba ne, kaga yanzu yadda muka yi nan, next year irin zai yabatu, kuma wannan da yake kware baya bata wahala kamar wancan namu. Kaga rokon da zamu yi gwamnati ta sa hannu ta taimaka mana mu samu kayan aiki.
We have started harvesting the cowpea. We have had no problem with insect. With the thing is thriving very well. You can see how good it is. It's a very small plantation, maybe like 0.27 hectares. And the yield we expect is very high. It's better than what we will get if we use the normal seeds.
Thankfully, Nigeria currently has approved the commercialization of 2 GM crops, the port borer resistance PBR cowpea and BT cotton. And since the approval of these crops for planting, Nigerian farmers have expressed optimism that these crops will be the game changer across the agricultural value chain.
Wannan iri sunanta Sampi 20, sannan kuma bambancinta da sauran iri shine tsutsa wadda yake ɓannan wake sosai, ba iya mata rauni kamar yadda yake wa sauran wake. Dalili kuwa shine an sarrafa ta yadda za ta taurarewa ita wancan tsutsa. To dalilin ingancinta ma ya sa ana bukata za a yi feshi so 2 kawai maimakon feshi so 6 zuwa 8. To akwai inganci sosai. Bisa ga yadda ya kamata ta nuna, kwana 70 zuwa 75 ya kamata ta nuna, don yadda kuke gani ta riga ta fara yaya, yanzu haka tana da kwana 41 ne kawai. To tunda tana da kwana 41 ta fara yaya, muna sa rai kan cewa zuwa kwana 70 zuwa 75 za ta nuna har a fara cin amfaninta. Abinda gwamnati ya kamata ta yi shine, tunda irin nan bai da yawa, idan an same ta a yada ta kamar yadda mu ma aka kira mu, a nemi wasu manoma su ma a yi amfani da su nome ta domin a faɗaɗa abin. Idan manoma diya sun faɗaɗa sun nome ta, ya nuna cewa za ta yadu dukan kasa kenan.
Very, very encouraging, and it will definitely take people out of poverty.
This product, what I am recommending to everybody to try and see what they can do, because it has the potential to improve productivity. And our drive towards zero hunger can be promoted using this type of product and so many other ones we are expecting NAFDA and our agricultural institutes to come up with.
Prior studies have shown that television and movie portrayals of science and agriculture can influence attitudes and opinions towards the featured topic or issue. The prevalence of the social media in modern society emphasizes the need to better understand the possible impacts and representation of agricultural biotechnology in the media and its attendant impact on audience members' attitudes. The purpose of this documentary is to tell the vivid story of a startling biotechnological breakthrough in BT cowpea development and its successful efforts at growing to wealth. With a massive landmass of well over 100 hectares in the Federal Capital Territory, the National Biotechnology Development Agency planted the BT cowpea side by side the conventional cowpea variety under the close supervision of the National Biosafety Management Agency, NBMA. And the result simply clear for all to see.
Wow! Woo! This is marvelous. The farm is looking fine. Look at the difference. Wow.
Although called cowpea, it is actually seen as a nutrition powerhouse known across Africa as beans. Beans or cowpea, also known as black-eyed pea, is grown mainly for its edible peas. But what many people don't know is that the new cowpea variety, Sampi 20T, is now the complete game changer.
The biotechnology research program of the Institute has successfully developed a genetically modified cowpea variety for the first time in the world that is resistant to a recalcitrant insect called maruca, or a pod-boring insect.
In efforts to take Nigeria to the next level, the BT cowpea was developed by scientists at the Institute for Agricultural Research, IAR, Bello University Zaria, in collaboration with several partners, including the National Biotechnology Development Agency, NAFDA, the National Agricultural Seeds Council, NASC, National Biosafety Management Agency, NBMA, the National Center for Genetic Resources and Biotechnology, NAGRIB, Nigeria Agricultural Quarantine Service, NAQS, and this collaboration was done under the support and coordination of the African Agricultural Technology Foundation, AATF, Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, CSIR, Puerto Rico, Australia, and the United States Aid USAID Program for Biosafety Systems, as well as the Plant Science Donald Danforth Center, Missouri. This new BT cowpea variety is early maturing with medium-large seeds, beautiful
Just copy that one first. Are you on WhatsApp?
of about 500,000 tons, and also improved the national productivity average of 320 kg per hectare. The protein and other nutrients contained in some P20T variety is as good, if not better, than that of the other conventional varieties, meaning that the BT gene that was incorporated into the variety has no negative effect on the nutritional composition of both grain and fodder.
The BT corn and BT cotton were released and were adopted on large scale by farmers. Then we turn around and say, why not use this technology which has the potential and can solve the problem on cowpea? Because cowpea is very important for us. It is our major protein source for millions and millions of people who cannot buy milk or meat every day.
So today we are beginning. You see, anything scientific, when you introduce it to the community, people will take it gradually. This is the first time that we are trying to introduce this kind of crops. For example, in this country, we have adopted the use of BT cotton and BT cowpea. So these are the ones that have been introduced, and we are ready to go into the introduction of maize and some other product which will greatly enhance this economy and improve upon the farmers' involvement in the use of biotechnology.
The Agricultural Research Council of Nigeria, ARCN, has the mandate to make improved technologies available and accessible to farmers to enhance their yields and income and result in improved livelihoods. One of such economically viable and environmental sustainable solution to the problem of the legume pod borer is the development of the BT cowpea variety, which have inherent resistance.
So one of the major things is that we will boost cowpea production, will improve nutrition, and most important and very important,
One. Hello. Hello. One. 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 Hello. One. 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 Hello. One. Hello. One. 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 It's still recording. Man? It's recording. So, we are set.
No, set to do.
For the
Are we taking people talking to us offline? That's what you need to find out. Who? Doctors?
so you need to
No, no. Can it be? This is okay. This one.
Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome from the tea break. Please can we return to our seats now? If we are not completely done with our tea, we can continue to sip it while we take the first paper for the day. We are honored, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to have in our midst a great mastermind and a veteran in the fight for the enactment of the biosafety law in the Federal Republic of Nigeria, who also has that singular honor to be the pioneer chief executive officer for the regulatory body. Ladies and gentlemen, permit me to invite Dr. Rufus Ebeba, Director General, Chief Executive Officer for National Biosafety Management Agency, to come forward to talk to us on the topic, Regulatory Framework for Biotechnology in Nigeria, the progress, challenges, and opportunities. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes, please. Welcome, sir.
A veteran, we're going to launch it. I hope I'm in order here. Please, where's your cursor? Hmm? Is it locked? Okay. Okay, it's fine now. Good morning once more, ladies and gentlemen. My paper is on regulatory framework for modern biotechnology in Nigeria, progress, opportunities, and challenges. I would like to showcase the staff of the agency. The agency was established in 2015, and so far we have about 350 staff of the agency. As an enforcement agency, we have enforcement jackets. That's what you are seeing, the uniform we are in. Well, much will be said about what is modern biotechnology. Definitely, it's a very fast-moving technology. It's a scientific tool using living things to modify themselves or modify the living things themselves, all with a view of having a desired goal. However, there's no technology in the world without some adverse impacts. The most important thing is that you have to manage every technology to ensure that hazards are minimized and do not really manifest. Every technology has the potential to cause harm, just like the plane, the aeroplane, the cars we use, even at home, electricity. But we must put rules and put guidelines and the proper procedures so that these improvements do not cause us any harm. Despite the great potential modern biotechnology has to offer, there are possibility that if this technology is not regulated, harm could be caused, particularly in the agricultural sector, in the improved crops. If these crops are not properly developed, the possibility of them becoming weeds or becoming predominantly taking over other living systems in the environment, taking over the nutrients, and also becoming very harmful is there. And again, if genetically modified organisms that are already being developed for food, we do not check the risk to confirm that they don't have any harm, they could cause toxins that can be harmful to human health, and they can also cause allergy. So the essence of biosafety is to ensure that potential risks do not manifest, and also to minimize them or to remove them entirely. And if they are at risk, would there be management strategies to ensure that these products can still be used? So the essence of biosafety is to ensure risk is assessed and the usefulness of the organism is also ascertained. If you confirm it's safe to the environment and human health, you must also have economic value before you can avoid it. Biosafety, therefore, is the application of measures, tools, laws to ensure that application of modern biotechnology and the use of genetically modified organisms do not have any adverse impact on human health and the environment. So the essence is to ensure that all activities are carried out to ensure that and what in biosafety, there are three pillars in biosafety. These three pillars are risk assessment, risk management, and when you're looking at risk, you look at it from two angles. I've more or less explained that the impact on the environment and also the impact on human health. And when we talk about the environment, what are the likely impacts we prevent in biosafety when adopting modern biotechnology? That of the environment is that one, the crop or the plant should not become invasive. When it becomes invasive, it becomes very dominant and displaces other similar organisms that are related to it. And also, we also ensure that if genetically modified crop is modified for a particular insect, it must not have impact on other insects because the usefulness of those insects, they are also very important in the environment and ecosystem. So we must only destroy the insects that are harmful that you tend to do. So they must not have non-target effects. It's also the crop must not so become a weed. Suddenly, maybe you develop a genetically modified corn and the corn becomes weed. It shouldn't be so. And another thing again is that the crop should not become super organism or the animal becoming super organism. For instance, if you genetically modify maybe a goat and you take a gene from maybe lion that makes what makes lion to be wild and put it in a goat, situation like that will not be allowed because that goat might become like a lion. Instead of being useful in a form, becomes a threat to human health. So the essence of biosafety is to ensure that organisms that are harmful are not developed. Then finally, before you adopt any technology, it must also have socioeconomic benefit. That is concern. Sorry, it's wrongly spelled there. So the socioeconomic concern must, one, the technology must not be harmful to our social norms. Our cultural values must be protected. And also the crop must also have economic value. For instance, genetically modified corn must have a higher value than what is or the one that is already in existence. It must not be too costly. It must also not be a crop that after spending all your money, at the end you have no profit at all. There are several international organizations that have been able to confirm whether any genetically modified organism is safe or not safe. We have in the 1992 Earth Summit, Agenda 21 specifically spoke about the environmental issues concerning modern biotechnology that can be harmful to the environment. It was after that 1992 summit, of the Earth Summit, that it was agreed that there should be an agreement, international agreement, which finally became the Cartagena Protocol on Biosafety in 2000, that was adopted by countries in Nigeria equally signed. So that protocol has the objective of ensuring that modern biotechnology applications and the use of genetically modified organisms, which are its products, are not harmful to the environment and human health, focusing on transboundary movement because it's movement of GMOs across countries. So that was why it came up. Then the World Trade Organization also ensures that technologies are safe. Then if they have the Food and Agricultural Organization, the Food and Agricultural Organization so far said all the genetically modified organisms approved globally, they are all safe to the environment and to human health. None has been found to contain any harm because the issue of biosafety is very key before any product is released. Then we look into biological diversity. Nigeria also signed the Convention on Biological Diversity in 1992 with the three objectives: conservation of biological diversity, sustainable use of biological diversity, and equitable sharing of benefit derived from the use of genetic resources. So that convention, the first objective and the second objective, it is what led to the negotiation of the terminology of biosafety to ensure that biological genetically modified organisms do not have adverse impact on the conservation of biological diversity, taking into account risks to human health. Then the Cartagena Protocol, that was what is a subsidiary agreement under the Convention on Biological Diversity, specifically talking about global regulation of GMOs. Nigeria has signed the convention and also the Cartagena Protocol. We also have another supplementary protocol on liability and redress, talking about if in the event GMOs cause any harm, who will be liable and what are the measures that will be taken to redress such harm and what should be. So this is also, Nigeria has signed it, but we have not ratified it. Let me just quickly run you down through the evolution of Nigerian biosafety regulation. In 1992, Nigeria signed the Convention on Biological Diversity, as I said. Then the first guideline on biosafety was developed in 1992 under the Federal Ministry of Environment, but it only concentrated on agricultural biosafety. They didn't look at the issue of health. They didn't look at the issue of environment. Then in 1999, the Federal Ministry of Environment was actually established, and the biosafety unit was created. Then you can see along and how Nigeria has actually moved. Then some people have been alleging that the biosafety law was already passed into law. It is not so. It was initially passed in 2011, but it was not assented to. So it went back to the National Assembly in 2013, renegotiated again de novo, and finally passed in 2015 before it was now assented to, leading to the establishment of the National Biosafety Management Agency. And since the establishment, the agency has employed staff, has developed various guidelines, has developed policy, and also granted various approvals to ensure that the biosafety system in Nigeria is adequately harnessed for economic growth of our country. Then in 2019, there was an amendment to the Act giving mandate to the agency to regulate emerging aspects of modern biotechnology in the area of synthetic biology, gene drive, and gene editing. It also gave a mandate to the National Biosafety Management Agency to ensure biosecurity in the country, to put measures in place to ensure that biological agents or substances are not harmful to the environment and human health. And since then, the agency has commenced the process of developing a policy to drive the biosecurity system in our country. The overall objective of biosafety is to ensure that potential risks of GMO products, genetically modified products, are guided against for the good of people and the environment. And what are the functions? Well, the functions of the National Biosafety Management Agency include formulating and developing policies. And when policies are developed, they are sent to the Ministry of Environment for onward transmission to the Federal Executive Council for approval. Then also to build the capacity, not just the capacity of the staff of the agency, but related agencies like the FCCPC, the National Biosafety, the National Biotechnology Development Agency, and other relevant organizations to understand what biosafety is all about, so that they can also implement the laws and also comply with the relevant laws. We also detect and analyze the national modified organisms, and because of that, we have established a GM detection laboratory to ascertain and also ensure that GMOs are confirmed safe before they are released. What are the events we regulate? We have genetically modified organisms or living modified organisms, containment activities and facilities. The research process, we regulate it. And also within the laboratory and also at the experimental field, we also regulate. We also regulate multi-locational trials, the on-farm demonstrations, and the commercial release of genetically modified organisms. We also ensure the transboundary movement of genetically modified organisms are properly tracked so that GMOs that we do not want don't find themselves into our country. The stages of biosafety regulation start from the lab, the greenhouse gases, that is where these products are being put for them to grow, are receiving sunlight but do not totally exposed to the environment. Then confined field trial, where you have a total exposure to the atmosphere. Then the full safety analysis of it, using bioinformatics to analyze the content of any genetically modified organism to make sure that they are substantially equivalent to their conventional counterparts. And the general release, which is the final deregulation of the process. And what is our strength to be able to do what we are doing? We have the agency have been properly mainstreamed to the national system. Biosafety and implementing instruments are in place. We have guidelines and regulations, vibrant, robust capacity building programs. And one of the things we do is that there are seminars being done every week by every department with various programs. We also engage and enlighten the members of the public. So what we are doing now is part of engagement and enlightenment of the public, and particularly the FCCPC. We also have the effective communication channel. We also, one of the major things we do is that our staff, they are our major strengths. So we build their capacity, build their confidence, and also imbibe in them the ethics of honesty, integrity in what they are doing. We don't want them to be unnecessarily induced by applicants. So we create that consciousness in them, and we make them understand that they are about safety elites of Africa. These are some of our regulatory instruments. We have developed various guidelines and regulations. You can see some of them. So these have been done within 5.5 years. We have a lab where we can detect GMOs, analyze the content of any genetically modified organism to find out whether there are deleterious genes in them that are being either be maliciously implanted in the organisms or that have altered the content of the organism's genes. We are also looking forward, we are presently developing biosecurity policy. We also develop risk assessment and risk management guidelines on GM mosquitoes. GM mosquitoes are likely going to be in the environment in the near future. So we are being proactive and looking towards the future. How prepared will Nigeria be? We're also doing genetically modified. We have also developing guidelines on genetically modified trees. Because we are looking to a future that science and technology might make trees to be able to produce light at night. So that you'll be surprised to see the plants producing light at night, and in the daytime they switch themselves off. These are very much possibilities. So we must look ahead. The National Biotechnology Development Agency, I'm sure they are looking at such possibilities. We're also looking at a situation that fish that will be developed that can grow within a month. Then you have a very big fish as big as a cow, that you eat a whole fish for a whole year. These are possibilities. Then another sector we are developing the issue of biosecurity. When we talk about biosecurity, like the issue of COVID-19, Ebola, even malaria, they are all fall under the issue of biosecurity. We want to ensure that Nigeria is adequately prepared to avert any harmful biological agent and also detect before they happen. Though there's going to be a National Biosecurity Council to look at this, so that the issue of this COVID-19, so that the impact in the near future will be minimal, because the whole world actually has been distorted. One major thing we do surveillance, which is very key to ensure that, because right now we have been receiving information that some farms, you see them, their crops are very suspected to be GMOs. So what we do is to analyze, to check whether they are GMOs or not. Some of these crops have been developed through conventional breeding, so not necessarily they are genetically modified. One major thing we do is the issue of we establish National Biosafety Committee when we have any application. FCCPC have always been sending representatives. So to make sure that we have external reviewers to look at these products before we now finalize on them. So that in the event we are making mistake, they may not be able to, the mistakes can be detected by others. So we don't do these things alone, no matter the knowledge we have, so that it can be transparent and also to be safety proof. We also have synergy among ministries and agencies with the university, the media, and also we have signed MOU with other organizations. The MOU we have signed with the NAFDAC, FCCPC, Veterinary Pest Control Service Department of the Federal Ministry of Agriculture, Nigeria Customs Service, Standard Organization of Nigeria. As you can see, array of organizations, and FCCPC is our latest partner in this regard. Public engagement is very, very important. We have tried as much to employ and to engage the public. One important thing we have noticed is that those who are against the technology that have accused the NBMA of supporting multinational companies, supporting NAFDA in producing GMOs. We are not established to stop GMOs. The NBMA is established to ensure that the technology is safe, is useful to the economy. And that is our responsibility. We are not to go against it. But if we find out any GMO is not safe, we are not going to allow it to be released into the environment or into the market. Nigeria is a major player in the area of biosafety in Africa. We are the chair of Africa, all the agencies of biosafety in Africa. Nigeria is the chair. Even ECOWAS, so we are also the chair. To tell you, within a short time, we have been able to make serious inroad into the international community. We have granted various permits. We have accredited some institutions. These institutions, they have terms and conditions. Before you can do genetic engineering in Nigeria, we accredit institutions to make sure there are some guidelines to make sure that these products are not just released to the farm before they are confirmed safe. So to tell you, what we are telling you is that we have put in place all relevant guides to protect the environment and human health. So if anybody is coming out to tell you these GMOs they are causing harm, let them show you those who have died by consuming GMOs. We have also granted various permits for rice, experimental feed, for maize, for cassava, and so on and so forth. Quite enough. A lot, you can see some of them there. For various purposes, these products have been developed. If GMOs are not regulated, what are the possibility of misapplication of the technology to cause harm is there? Serious to national security is also there. Then the lack of confidence in the sector, because people will not have confidence. Because once government sets up guidelines and regulations and laws, people tend to trust the system. So there are various reasons that many things that can be caused. Now, what are the economic impacts of the NBMA activities by having a law? Conducive environment for practice of coming to the system, which generate employment, also products. It has also enhanced the agricultural sector by ensuring that only wholesome and safe seeds are made available to farmers. What is our next step? We have administrative steps we are going to do. We are looking towards the future. Intensify source of being benefiting corporate office complex. That is one of the corporate complex. We don't have a very good office, so we are looking at having a very good office that we are going to operate from. And also to ensure better budget, and also to develop a very suitable transport system for our staff, among other things. Another technical step, we can see some of the things we also plan for the future, so that there will be no vacuum and the agency will constantly be working. And what are the major challenges? Poor office accommodation is a major challenge, and funding is also very key. And the activities of anti-GM groups is another hindrance, because they keep on poisoning the minds of the public against us. And when they poison the minds of the public against us, is that they are creating hatred for the agency and the staff, thereby predisposing them to risk. As some of you must have noticed, I don't go out in the night, so I've been denied going to parties. I don't go out most times. When I go for one bed, I don't feel too comfortable. Most times I'm with armed security, both at home as everywhere, because it's a serious business, a serious war between the biotech industry and the agrochemical industry, because they see me as a hindrance to the agrochemical company. So, and these are very powerful organizations. So I need to be very careful. And all I just want you to do for me is that just keep on praying for me, for protection for me and my family. So when you are serving your fatherland, sometimes you expose yourself to danger. In conclusion, the impact of bio-threat is evidence in the catastrophic impact of COVID-19 pandemic. This pandemic, the only way is for Nigerians to be prepared, even though if they link some of this into genetic, they were genetically, the COVID, the virus is genetically produced. They were saying it was engineered in the lab. So we must make sure that our activities examine our labs from time to time to make sure that harmful substances are not being developed. And let me assure you that the National Biosafety Management Agency will keep on doing and working within the tenet of the law and also ensuring safety to Nigerians and to the environment. Thank you very much.
Can we give a more resounding applause to Dr. Rufus Abegba for having talked to us on regulatory framework for biotechnology in Nigeria, progress, challenges, and opportunities. You will agree with me, ladies and gentlemen, that the threats and all that against the person of the DG is all a product of lack of education. For God's sake, Dr. Abegba is as much Nigerian as anybody else. He has brothers, he has sisters, he has wife, he has children who are also liable to the dangers of biotechnology, if any. So to single him out for attack is just a measure of lack of education. But I'd like to pronounce by the anointing of me that no weapon fashioned against you shall prosper. Amen. Thank you very much. Dr. Abegba will be leaving us very shortly. And because of that, I'd like us to take advantage of his presence to ask questions, make comments on the submission before he takes his exit. And then we move on to the next paper. Before he leaves, can I take 3 questions? Did we listen at all? Did we listen to the subject? Okay, I'll give it to you first. 1, 2, 3. How many can you take, sir? All right, good. Come forward, please. Come forward. Is it too tasking? Oh, you better be active like me.
Thank you, sir. My name is Macy Ogu from FCCPC, Education Department. So my question is, there's another school that is saying that we don't have GMO in Nigeria. So I want to confirm that we don't have it yet. And some other people are saying a lot of things around it. What I want to find out is, do we have GMO seedlings in Nigeria? Thank you, sir. And the products, the seedlings and the products. Thank you.
My name is Janet Udo. Thank you very much, sir, Doctor, for the paper. It's so self-explanatory, and then at least it's been able to introduce your agency to us properly. Biosafety concern, that has been a major concern to us today, man. Habit issue, equally one of the antis of biotechnology. Because my concern is, we know nothing goes without an effect or without effect. And the doctor has complained to tell us that, of course, yes, we can't expect this technology without having some negative effects associated with it. I really appreciate his sincerity. At least it makes us really understand that it's a technology we can all embrace just like that. Now, like I do say, my own concern has always been, we are trying to import this technology that is foreign to us, but we don't have the commensurate medical facility or medical know-how. Or even if we do, because of the state of our medical facilities here in this country, people are just so like, what if there is effect or what the counter effect starts setting in after we embrace this technology? How are we, the ordinary citizens, going to cope with this? Because even we all know that, yes, in other clients where they have this technology.
Yes, you have made your point.
Yes.
You have made your point. Thank you. The next one.
Good day, everyone. Thank you, sir, for a well-detailed presentation. I'm Mabwiz Adora from ARCN. Sir, I want to understand what we intend to achieve through GM mosquitoes. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Sir, can you respond to the three?
Thank you very much. Let me start with the last question, importance of GM mosquitoes. You see, the malaria is the greatest killer in sub-Saharan Africa of all the diseases, and it's being caused by mosquitoes, Anopheles mosquitoes, and some other species of varieties of mosquitoes. In Africa, there's integrated vector management project that's going on. And that integrated, they've included the development of genetically modified mosquitoes as part of the project. The essence is that to reduce the population of mosquitoes that causes malaria gradually, that contains the plasmodium, to reduce its population gradually. In Brazil, genetically modified mosquitoes have been released, and some other countries have also been released. Yes, the fear that will they cause harm or not, that is the role of the biosafety. Right now, that's why we are developing guidelines on genetically modified mosquitoes. So the essence is to solve a problem, not necessarily just creating genetically mosquitoes for this purpose. I think that is understood. Pardon? It will sterile. What is it makes when it mates with the male mates with the female? It renders it sterile. It renders it sterile. Another one again is that there are some they are developed in a way that the male will now be flying at a particular altitude above that of the female, so they will not have opportunity to mate. So gradually, the mosquitoes don't live for too long. So it is a technology. There are different methods that are going to be used. Then what we have said now is that the future concerns of genetically modified organisms to human health. Let me say this, I don't want you to quote me. In the United States of America, without the application of modern biotechnology, their food security will crash. This science and technology have taken over everything in the world. The clothes we are wearing, they were not there when we were created. If you look at the corn that was created by God, He cannot feed a chicken. But God has given us the intellect. Go take dominion over the earth. Manipulate the earth to achieve your aim. The drugs we are using today like the COVID-19 vaccine, is through genetic engineering. The fastest way of doing anything in the world right now is through technology. And I tell you, the green economy they are talking about, or bioeconomy, is going to be driven by modern biotechnology. The application of technology to use the environment to ensure that we achieve aim. So the issue of saying and GMOs are not that they are artificial, no. What is there is like a human body. Maybe you have a broken bone and there's an iron put in that bone, in that area to serve as the bone. That is, you have been somehow, but though it's not genetically modified, but it is because you cannot transmit it to the next generation. For genetic engineering, any gene that has been put in the body, the possibility of carrying it to the next generation is there. And the risk assessment we carry out is from time to time to review this thing. If they are going to cause harm, there are ways to ensure that these products are withdrawn. So the fear of the future going to cause harm, whether we have medicine, and let me tell you, the most potent drugs we have in the world today, they are all from genetically modified products. Then the area of are there GMOs in Nigeria? Yes. If you go to the grocery shops, you can see some of them contain genetically modified ingredients. It contains some of them, we have approved them with NAFDAC. Then the ones we have, like the crops, the ones that we have approved for commercial release is cotton and cowpea, which is beans. But they are not in the market right now because they are being produced in large quantity to be able to meet the need of farmers. Then as for the ones that have been imported into this country for feed production, particularly maize and soya bean for vegetable production and this thing. Those ones, they are being converted to feed. So those ones are there too. So if you say they are GMO, but you cannot go into the market now and to go and buy GM genetically modified rice, beans, or yam, they are not there. But in the next future, you are going to have them. And the basic thing, trust MBMA to tell you this is safe.
Thank you, sir. My name is Kelechi Kenoko from the FCCPC. While you were talking as a concern biosafety, what came to my mind was the possibility of biological warfare. Is there a relationship between your agency and the NSA such that the aspect of possible biological warfare could be taken care of in our policies of war or security? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mine may seem a little bit funny, but it's a reality. I know that we all believe in prayers, and I know that there are communities where before they plant, they must offer sacrifices and prayers. Just as scientists will also want to do some scientific maneuvering before they plant, so communities will also offer sacrifices to deities, believing that, yeah, the deities are responsible for their yield. I want to ask, do you or will you, or are you considering the fact that it is possible that through prayers, sand in the soil may mutate and may have an effect on this science? It's possible, yeah, if we believe in prayer, because you have also asked us to pray for your safety. I believe that you have that faith. And for those who have that faith in praying for the soil to work for them, is there any chances that your office may begin to also think that they can look into that way and work? Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your very enlightening message. Sir, you mentioned, even though I didn't quite capture how you called it, but there's a particular convention or protocol you mentioned that Nigeria is signatory to, having to do with redress in case there are issues. You said we are signatory to, but hasn't been ratified. Now that Nigeria has embraced this biotechnology, how do we, now that we haven't ratified it, how can we ensure that consumers are protected if issues come up, because we don't know what will happen? How do we get protected? And then my second question is that of access to seeds. Obviously, from my own understanding, these plants, these genetically modified crops, you can't plant their seeds. You must always get seeds from the scientists or the countries that produce them. And these crops do better than our local crops. So by the time we start propagating them, of course, competition, they will outshine our crops. Will our farmers always have access to these seeds if we are not producing them here? Thank you.
So thank you very much. Let me start with the last one, access to seeds. You see, the FAO actually banned what is called terminator seeds. So GMO seeds can be replanted. Just that over time, the potency of the seed might reduce. Just like the current the hybrids you have, they can be replanted. But if the seed, or let me say the crops have been modified for insect resistant or pest control, you will discover that over years the insects may likely develop resistance. So the scientists are constantly researching into that, and sometimes they are also doing what we call pyramiding, that is putting additional gene that acts on the same insect to control it. So the issue of whether you cannot plant GMO, they can be replanted like any other hybrid. The only thing is that you go back to buy from the producers because they are all the time improving these seeds. And as I said, the insect, if it's insect resistant, the insects will start developing resistance. So if you are using the same seed, you discover that your insect will be affecting it and your productivity will be reduced as well. Then the issue of liability and redress. Yes, I said Nigeria has signed the supplementary protocol on liability and redress to the Cartagena Protocol on biosafety. That protocol, that is an international agreement to say who is liable in the case GMOs cause harm to the environment or human health, and what are the penalties and so on and so forth. The Nigerian, the 2017 regulation, NBMA National Biosafety Regulations, actually addressed, even the 2015 Act says that liability on the existing liability laws in the country will apply. However, regulations will be developed, and the environmental laws in this country, there are a lot of the laws on liability and redress. So, and the regulation we have also talked about liability and redress. So, if there are events, in the case of events, definitely the laws we have and the regulation will definitely we apply. So, since we have not signed it, you see, international agreements are also very tricky, even though they are binding. Then you talk about science and without prayers, science does not recognize emotional issues, does not recognize prayers. Science is verifiable. Science is not democracy. Science has nothing to do with whether you pray 24 hours. What is visible is what science will tell you. So we don't recognize, if you say GMOs or GMOs kill you in the dream, nobody is going to look at that, even in court. So you can pray, God will answer your prayers, but prayers will not change GMOs from what has been done to them already. Then the issue of biological warfare. Yes, we realize that, as I said, 2019 amendment to the Act actually gave the National Biosafety mandate to put in place biosecurity measures to ensure that biological harmful substances are contained, are prevented. And in view of that, we actually had, last year, we had the first stakeholders review, stakeholders meeting to determine how that law is going to be implemented. And we agreed there will be first national biosecurity policy, and the issue of bio-threat is also there. Then I can tell you also last month we did the first review of the draft policy. The Office of the National Security Advisor and Office of the Secretary of the Government, when you have international convention on biological substances and something, is also part of our meeting. So the National Security Advisor's Office is very much involved in what we are doing in the policy we are reviewing right now, and the issue of bio-threat, biological warfare, biological harmful substances is also highly looked into. I think I'll address all issues. Thank you.
Very much. Thank you very much, Doctor, for those very incisive responses to those questions. I will advise that if there are still other questions agitating our minds, can put them down and then forward them to Open Forum on AgriBiotechnology Nigeria Chapter Country Coordinator, Dr. Rose Gidado, who will process those questions and then respond to us accordingly. It's on this note that we thank Doctor for let's give him a round of applause as he takes his leave. And I want to invite Dr. Rose Gidado, Deputy Director, AgriBiotech Department of National Biotechnology, Development Agency to take the floor and talk to us, doing an overview of biotechnology and its products. And then so many things. Let's give her a round of applause as she comes to talk to us, an overview of biotechnology and its products. Thank you.
It's not. Maybe while we wait for the setup of the presentation, you can get up, stretch your legs, just get up, shake your body, smile, sit down. You know, it's not good to sit down for a long time. Exercising your body at small time intervals is good. It's healthier. It makes you to live long. And so, yeah, can do some exercises before we get on board. My presentation was actually supposed to have come earlier before the DG's presentation, but because he has engagements, and that's why. It's always good to listen to the technology first before you to the regulation. Technology promotion. So you can sit down. So I can run it myself. Yes. Okay. All right. You all know my name, and they need to see the topic. The topic is there. The topic is there in your brochure, in the agenda. It's actually about the overview of modern biotechnology practice and their products in Nigeria. We've listened very carefully to the DG's presentation on regulation, and I'm sure you've picked up so many things about regulation. So it's actually nice to engage with the FCCPC. I was not around last time that they had engagement. You guys had engagement with our stakeholders. I think it was organized by BAN. Is it BANEX or BANS? I was far away then. So I'm happy to engage you today. And the topic is overview of biotechnology. Abraham is not moving, so it's not on PowerPoint now. This is it. So we have the outline as it is here. Let me start with the National Biotech Development Agency. In case you're hearing me the first time, we're actually along the airport route after the Obasanjo Space Center on the right before the Loop E, which is where we're situated, and that's the headquarters. We were established in 2001 by the Federal Executive Council after the Federal Executive Council approved a Nigerian biotechnology policy, which later entered into the establishment of the agency, of course. And today we have 34 bioresource centers and then 6 centers of excellence in the premier universities of each geopolitical zone. I don't need to go into details. I'm just giving you a brief about NAFDA so that you can have it at the back of your mind. That NAFDA is not a private sector, it's a government agency. And our vision is to make biotechnology an engine for growth and engine for industrialization of Nigeria. And the mission is to promote biotech activity, positively respond to our national aspirations on food security, job value creation, affordable healthcare delivery, poverty reduction, sustainable environment, and industrialization. We have specific mandates, but out of the many specific mandates, I just picked out these 3 mandates. Developing an indigenous critical mass of human resources and infrastructure for biotech in Nigeria, and then ensuring that biotech is profitably applied, market, with aesthetics, profitably applied to government stewardship, and then maintain sustainable exploitation of bioresources for food. You know, when you say sustainable, it's like not running out of. You're exploiting them, but you're not running out of. That's the beauty with the biological system. Just like as you cut down trees, you plant more. You cut 1 tree, and then you can plant, 3 of them, just for replacement. So it allows you to, to conserve while you're using this room for conservation. As we progress, you would see, know why I'm talking like this. First of all, we're now going into the main topic. What are the challenges? Why are we employing biotechnology practice in Nigeria? Why was the policy approved? Nigeria faces some major challenges: population resources, climate change, hidden farmers clashes, Boko Haram, and so many others. But looking at the population, it's rising geometrically, 4.4 billion, 1980, 7.1. That's the global anyway, 73 million 1980, 182 million today. Okay, like later by 2050, we're going to be 382 million. And then looking at also the water needs, we need an increase of 64 billion cubic meters of fresh water every year, to sustain us. And then declining arable land. You can see desert encroachment around the north, and then 2.5 hectares per person in 1961, and then now less than 8, over 10 hectares per person in 2050. That's how it's going to be. It's a projection. So, and that projection actually helps us to know how we're faring, and if something is coming, and then we need to work against it, mitigate it. So the climate change, that is practical. We all know what we're going through. Is either there's too much rain or less. And today, like in July, how those days in July, there used to be rain every day. It's now, too, we all know that the situation is reversed. And that is telling on our food system, on the agricultural system. So the constraints are, multiple, and more, are emerging. We have insect expansion because of the global warming, the climate change. And we have many emerging insects that you never thought about. We didn't know what falame worm was, and it just came. And you know how it's been ravaging farmers' fields, especially maize. There are socioeconomic dynamics, the herdsmen, the Haram, water availability, crop disease increase, wheat pressure. You know how it is when you plant, the wheat will just come up because they will choke your crop, and that is it. Your productivity gets very low if you don't take care of it, and the managing weed invasiveness is actually very intensive, labor intensive. So the farmer has to make decisions, in an extremely unstable and insecure circumstances. Innovation, of course, science and technology, they are very key. Biotechnology is actually very key to agricultural transformation. How do we transform? How do we make agriculture a business? Is actually very key. You have taken off this thing again, Abraham, please. You're distorting my presentation.
It's a network, man.
You can see science and technology in action. That is other side. So a broad range. I need to minimize Abraham. We have a broad range of solutions. A broad range. It's okay. I will just. We have a broad. It's the same thing. It's because it's online. Broad range of solutions exist to make agriculture sustainable. Protection from weeds, insects, diseases. At any stage, plants are threatened by weeds, as I have said earlier, insect and disease. Researchers look at issues that might affect crop growth and then create solutions to help protect plants' health and then minimize environmental impact. And what farmers do, ordinarily, of course, what they do is they use the pesticides, chemicals, and water. And the chemicals cook up the environment. Most of the chemicals are fake. They don't work. Or the insects grow resistant to them, and they mutate, and then they can't be killed anymore. So most times farmers, their productivity is so low, their subsistence farmers, they don't even have enough money. So those other solutions, precision agriculture, plant breeding. Breeding helps a lot. Vegetable breeding, biotechnology, microbials, crop protection, and those chemicals, like I said. So let's look at the classification of biotechnology. Is classified into two. We have the modern, we have the traditional. The traditional started a long time ago, 10,000 years, when God created Adam and Eve, put them in the garden and what. But that process is God that started it. When God took, he created everything on earth, but he wasn't happy. Then he created Adam. Then later, he was still not complete. He now took the rib, put Adam to sleep, took his rib and made a woman. And that is genetic modification. And whatever we're doing today is premised on what God had started. So we're only trying to mimic nature just to make life comfortable for us, life useful to us and all those. So the traditional one, when they were in the Garden of Eden, of course, this selective breeding, tissue, selective breeding, brewing, bread making, and all those things, those fermentation processes, that's biotechnology, the traditional aspect, and they still exist. Even though it had evolved, technology had always advanced, with time, room for improvement because of emerging challenges, So for modern biotechnology, we have tissue culture. Tissue culture is mass propagation of plantlets. You have like a shrub, you just cut the tip. You can make millions of crops using that tissue culture. And what you're going to produce will be disease-free. But that one, is different. It does not involve transgenesis. That's the transfer of genes. You just cut the shoot and then you replant it, put it in a medium, in an artificial medium, the medium that contains all the nutrients. With time, it will start rooting, form roots and all those things, and later. So that is actually to mitigate planting materials and also to help conserve plants that are getting into extinction. So the modern aspect, then molecular genetics, genetic engineering, transgenesis, crops, vaccines. We have so many functional proteins that will help our bodies and all those things. So the genetically, let's now look at what GMOs are. I don't know if DG gave you the definition. Plants or animals, microorganisms, produce through genetic engineering. The genetic engineering of plants is done by you add or remove genetic. It has to do with genes, of course. Engineering, turning it around to suit your purpose, and all based on the knowledge of DNA. DNA contains those genes. Of course, when it was discovered a long time ago, around the 1950s, and then a woman came through the research work of her crystallography. Her name is Rosalind Franklin, but she died very early. It's through her work that the structure of the DNA was actually discovered, the details inside, where the genes are, where the position, where is this, what is responsible for what, and all those things. And that's how where scientists picked it up and then advanced further. So you could pick gene, transfer intertransfer, and all those things. You can take from one plant, that's two plants, bring them together, plants that are not within the same family. So, and that gives us wide distinction. So let's look at breeding. We have traditional breeding. Of course, we have genetic modification. And the difference between the traditional breeding, of course, I talked about selective breeding also earlier on, both plants and animal size. Like if I have my maize is better than yours. You may want to have my own. Bring them together. But while you're bringing them together, you look at those pearls. Like those pearls up there, we have yellow, there's the black, there's the green. Okay, those pearls, each pearl represents a gene. And those genes, they have different functions. And you're bringing it, you have a commercial variety. You have a desired gene from that pearl. It could be maize, and maybe that could be another, maybe sorghum, the green one. The green one is a commercial variety that farmers like, but it doesn't have that desired gene that you want. It's for a particular trait, maybe for drought tolerance, maybe for insect resistance. So you can now, in the traditional, you just bring them together, but it happens only within species in the traditional breeding. From one variety of maize to the other variety, you bring them together, and then it gives you this variegated new plant variety with all the wanted and the unwanted genes together, and that gives you hybrid. And that's why some fruits, when you see them, they're multicolored, or some maize, multicolored, because all the genes are coming together and they're not regulated and nobody says anything about it. But now, because of the knowledge of that gene, scientists have now discovered that you could actually isolate, run some PCR, isolate the gene, take it out, in the lab, and then, because that second one, the genetic modification using biotechnology, you could see this set of pearls with the desired donor gene, of course, that's the gene source, and this is, you just pick that, with precision, the desired gene, insert it in your commercial variety, and then you get your improved plant. Very easy, and it doesn't take time. But it's the regulatory processes that actually make it. So now, that is second generation, classical conventional breeding. So the rediscovery of the genetic laws, everything is based on genetic laws of Gregory Mendel in those days, which gave back to these scientific measures of genetic improvement of crops, and used, of course, for the hybrid gives you high yield, and then more nutritious, highly flavored varieties, insect and disease resistance. But in combination with improved agronomic practices, because even if you have an improved crop, you must, stick to managing your farm well. If you don't manage your farm well, it doesn't amount to anything. So higher yields obtained and huge surpluses of agri commodities produced in developed countries and the Green Revolution in Asia. Africa was mostly denied of the hybridization technology, namely the hybrid technology under the pretext that its farmers were not ready for it. But anyway, even today, the hybrids are here, but farmers really, only very few farmers have access. They save their seeds. Sometimes it's a little costly. Most of them don't have much resources. Only few have access to that. And awareness is being created by Seed Council for farmers to have access to buy improved seeds. When you say improved, it could be anything hybrids and then genetically enhanced. So difficulties with the conventional breeding, gene transfer possible only within members of the same species, and then difficulties in crossing with wild relatives also, I think, was experienced, and that made gene pool limited. So unwanted genes can be carried, together, and you don't know what they might cause in the future. The difficulties in dealing with threats that governed by many genes, each with a small additive, then desirable threat may not exist in the crop species. So resistance to diseases and wars, all those things became, you couldn't, in terms of hybrid, like I told you, you can't, there's no quality, but there's quantity. You can only increase yield, but you can't, use it to control insects or what. So, and then it takes time. So we have this third generation breeding, of course, how to make a GM organism. And this is it. So this is the real thing now, the in thing now. You have those parts, just one gene that you want there. Depends on the traits you want to improve your crop for, your commercial line. Because there's one thing with farmers, if you don't improve that particular variety they want, they are used to, you're wasting your time. You may not take it. So that is why if I develop, put my gene in a variety that is not farmers, preferred, once I finish my process, I have to back cross into the promising line. This green belt, that's the farmer's preferred variety. Then I now get their variety genetically enhanced, and they'll be happy. Adoption is very easy in this case. So making a GMO transfer only the gene of interest with only the gene of interest and results in no linkage drag in the new variety. And so when you get to this stage, you have developed, and so you have to go into food safety concerns, food safety assessment. So safety assessment protocols of GMOs are based on substantial equivalence, precautionary principle, because that is what we follow, like the US, they follow precautionary principle. And then you get to know about substantial equivalence, because safety, what that gene might bring, it could, because you've taken it from an unrelated species and to an unrelated species, it's okay, you have done your proof of concept, it has been expressed, and you've done your proof of concept, and then at the end, you know that it is working, it's efficacious, you've had a whole plant that is transgenic, but now you can't give it out to people. Once you obtain your seeds, you can't give it out to people because you have to ascertain that this gene that you brought, does not cause any harm, or it has not produced another protein, that's either is a toxin or what. You just have to carry out safety assessments. And what are those safety assessment groups? To provide, you're doing it to provide assurance that the food does not cause harm when prepared, used, or eaten according to its intended use. Like if I'm now having a banana, putting vitamin A in my banana, I have to make sure that the quantity of that vitamin A in that banana is within what our bodies need, within that required standard. It must meet, the need of the body. If it is higher than the standard, you can't give anybody. You have to stop that project. And so the expected endpoint. And then if it's something like cassava, if I've added vitamin A to cassava or iron or zinc, I have to test if I cook that cassava, apply heat to it, what happens later? So after cooking, I have to do protein analysis. That vitamin A which I added, does that cooking affect it? I have to confirm, keep on confirming. And that is why it took time for golden rice, vitamin A rice to come out. Because if cooking affects the, the quality or the quantity of what you need, you have to, find another way. You have to stop that. So everything must just be there. So the expected endpoint, a conclusion whether the new food is as safe as the conventional counterpart, and then to define the product under consideration in such a way as to enable well-informed and appropriate decisions by the managers. Then this is the concept of substantial equivalence, that a GM food will be considered to be substantially equivalent to the natural product if, after comparison of several different characteristics, no difference. If I have my GM, at least the parents of that GM, that is the conventional counterpart, what I used to put that gene into it. So if I'm carrying any test on my new product, the same applies to the non-modified. If the difference between them is significant, then I have not really arrived. So I have to, so consider chemical composition. You have to do chemical composition, macro and micronutrients. Macronutrients are the carbohydrates, protein, fats, and all. The micronutrients, of course, iron, zinc, vitamin A, all those minerals. Then toxins, and then anti-nutrients. Most foods have toxins, but the level, the quantity in that particular food. And that's why we digest, we digest, and the waste, we pass out through feces, what the body does not need. So there's no food that does not really have a problem in what we don't need in it. So you look for protein or any metabolite maybe that must have, because they have brought in a new gene, maybe something must have been produced that is not in the original one. You just have to, do all those to ensure that everything is in order. So after conducting feeding trials, you also have to do feeding studies. It is reported that the GM crop is as safe as its conventional counterpart, and most of these standards are progressively developed by WHO, OECD, I think OECD, FAO, Food and Agricultural Organization, and Codex Alimentarius, and all, the same people that regulate the development of drugs that we take. So these are parameters, general parameters that are actually used to really ascertain safety, food, feed, compositional analysis, key nutrients, the history of the gene, of insert, the source, where did you pick your gene from, and sometimes to avoid allergy. If I'm picking a gene, maybe from, I can't pick gene from cassava because cassava is cyanogenic, but I can actually also use this technology to remove the cyanide in cassava, and that's it. So, so the scientists are now very careful. You have to know the source of your gene. If the source it has something in it, naturally occurring toxin, you just have to be careful. You have to make sure that you should know that the modified one could also have. So these days, care is being taken on all those things. So you have to characterize the gene, look at the copy, make sure that the DNA you brought is intact, all those things. So, this is the precautionary principle where scientific information is insufficient, inconclusive, or uncertain, and where there are indications that the possible effects of the environment or human or animal or plant health may be potentially dangerous and inconsistent with a chosen level of protection. Action may be taken in order to prevent such negative things. Chemicals are safe, yeah. We have so many scientific organizations, international regulatory bodies. They are all involved. They've all done their bits to ascertain the safety. Everybody in Nigeria, we have the NBMA. We have read about it, and these are the crops that are globally, that are commercialized. But there are more. I think this one is outdated. Cotton, soybeans, canola, papaya. We have sugarcane in Brazil as well. Alfalfa, summer squash. We have so many sugar beets and so on and so forth. And in Nigeria, we have cotton and cowpea. So the global, biotech crops are here, and their adoption rates are what the industrial countries and then the developing countries, they're all coming up. Of course, global adoption rate is high. I think this one is in terms of cotton. It's been increasing 1996 to date. So most people, those antis, they always say EU does not support GM, but EU, they have EFSA. EFSA is a regulatory body in the EU, and they actually approve for research. They also import, the EU, the European countries, some of them import, but because they don't have land for cultivation, so they import from the US. They are the largest market for US in terms of soybeans and maize. They import to the tune of $9 billion annually. We have facts and figures that we can share with you. Dr. Matthew Lowe is here, he has a lot about that. So all those propagandas and what, because they carried out this spent money, they did a lot of research. I think about 250 researches. They did it for 25 years. And so many private and public sectors, over 500 scientists involved in that to ascertain the safety and processes. And they did. I think after that, they admitted. And any country you hear they've banned gem, they've not really banned it. They are doing their own researches. Even in Nigeria, we did ours. And you have, please come and touch it. You are just, I don't know. So these are summary of key findings, pesticides, some summary of key findings. Pesticides use dropped, reduction, it's reduced by 8.6%, in 2018. And then global farmers' income also increased, because if you are reducing pesticide use, of course, it's economical, because the pesticides, they cost a lot, and you have to do it many times for it to have some strong yield. And farming is all about harvestable yield. So you're reducing, the environment is also getting good impact, because the pesticides also contribute to climate change, accumulation of those chemicals, and then the farmer is always inhaling. He doesn't know why he's inhaling. Anyway, in the developed world, what they use is they use drones now to spray. But here in Africa, we carry the cans at our back, moving, and you can't cover as a human being. It's impossible for you to go to the you can't carry cans at your back and moving. So they've really gone for those people. So, and civilization started in Africa, but now they are far ahead of us. And I don't know, in Africa, everything is negative. We don't invent, we don't innovate, depend on them. It's really unfortunate. We're actually the ones devaluing our money. We have intellectual brain, we have everything, the human resources, we have the nature of everything, but You can bring in technology, make it your own, domesticate it, and use it. And your money, your currency will get strong because as you make products, use other people's technology, make it your own. Domesticate. That is what should be best. I don't know. So global production also increased 824 million tons more food. Then carbon emission is also cut down because as you reduce the use of chemicals, of course, the carbon distance also reduces. So let's look at the updates of the biotech research in Nigeria. We have crops, maize, cotton. We have the tailor maize, also done at IR in Zaria. CFT completed, multi-locational trials completed. I think they're putting in their dossier soon. They will submit to NBAA for approval. And once they approve, the variety release committee will also do same. And then we are also going to have, by next year, we should have maize commercialized. And that maize is for insect resistance and then drought tolerance. Fall armyworm and the stem borer, the two together, it works against them. And then drought tolerance, of course, you'll be able to plant your maize even where you don't have much rain, and it will do well. And there's increase, I think about how many percent increase in yield. There's yield increase because the parent of that maize is a hybrid. So farmers will have two advantages: yield and then quality. So we have rice, the new rice also will be, they will soon send in their dossier to NBMA. New rice is nitrogen use efficient to maximize the use of nutrient uptake from the soil. So with little fertilizer, that's all. And it's a rice that you can actually plant it on upland distant area. So it's by National Cereals Research Institute, and AETF is actually the funder and the coordinator of this project. It's also undergoing multiplicational trials. Then we have the cassava mosaic, I think, virus disease cassava, resistance to that mosaic virus disease, and also brown streak virus. This brown streak virus is not in Nigeria, in West Africa as a whole. They have it in Kenya, in East Africa, but we are just envisaging that working against this thing, so that if in case, because of movement, people coming from there and somebody might bring it, and just to prevent future danger also. So it's by Plant Science and the National Root Crops Research Institute. They're still carrying safety. I think it's completed. They'll soon go into multi-locational trials and also develop their own dossier. Then the sorghum, we don't have funds. The sorghum is on pause now. We're trying to source. It's an African project, African-led project by Africa Harvest in Kenya. Nigeria is part of it. We started it long ago, but Gates Foundation withdrew their funding, and I don't know. We've just been managing with the seed company is DuPont. Pioneer is now whatever. They're actually the ones behind it, behind the technology. So cowpea, you've heard all the stories about cowpea. It's been commercialized. It's now been launched. We launched it last week on Tuesday. The governor of Kano State was actually the one who launched it. So we have to look at the case study of genetically enhanced, cowpea. Is a success story. So I have to share with you. You have to get every information here that you need to strengthen you, at least to build your capacity, strengthen your capacity, of course, so that you can talk with facts, based on science, not just hearsay or ideology or sentiments or what. Many scientists around the world celebrate the development of this project. It's the first indigenous successful project. is an indigenous crop, cowpea, in Africa. And Nigeria is actually the first in the world to release cowpea, and the first in Africa. I know South Africa was ahead, but then maize, I don't think maize is indigenous or what, but this one, every household in Africa consumes it. And so that's why we place much importance to it. Its protein source and everything is good for diabetic patients, good for all the ailments, I think. So it's actually to reduce pre-harvest losses. We have post-harvest, we have pre-harvest. But this one we are addressing the pre-harvest. I know the post-harvest is weevils. And then also to reduce over-reliance on expensive, potentially damaging, and increasingly less effective chemical insecticides that farmers always use. Resist the legume pod borer. You will see the legume pod borer, that is Maruca vitrata. That is the insect that actually destroys the crop on the farm. Increase yields while reducing or eliminating insecticide contamination, soil, food, and all. Increase the supply of key food that is safe to eat and well accepted by African farmers as well as consumers. So it's actually a big one. So this is what the scientific name is, Vigna unculate, that's the cowpea. So the world production, the African production is 5.2 million. Africa actually produces higher than the world. And then major food crop for most households is a street food in most West and Central Africa, important for each. These are like uses. These are like justification to cowpea. It's a source of livelihood for women. They fry akra, they make moi, they make a lot nitrogen fixing for the soil, and then important facility. So you see, these are the delicacies, from that. All the delicacies, we eat this. Oh, so I think we have to do a forum where we can make many products. We should have brought it here. So, but what are the challenges? Low productivity, poor agronomic practices, parasitic weeds, diseases, insect pressure, and what on the field. And that's why we're going into this. So the major insects, these are the major insects, highly susceptible to many insects. So we have the butterfly. This is the Maruca vitrata, one in the middle, the butterfly. But when the adult stage does not affect, but it's the larval stage. When it's at the larval stage, the caterpillar there. So it eats the flower, it eats the pods, it eats the leaves. Look at it here, and see, you can see the kind of damage. The farmer, the yield loss they incur could be 80 to 90%. Many farmers, they give testimonies on what they go through. You can see the pods destroyed, the flowers destroyed, So, and that's why it's actually a menace. So, and that's why we went into modification of that, the pod borer, and the no genetic resistance, because why they picked the gene from Bacillus thuringiensis, BT, is because 15,000 accessions were screened at IIT. They thought they could get the gene from another beans that could be resistant, but there was nothing like that. So that's why they had to use Bacillus thuringiensis, which is a soil bacterium, and it's also beneficial in this. It produces a toxin. So it's that toxin that is actually, when it's undergoing sporulation, a toxin is actually produced from that bacterium. And it is that toxin that is now like an insecticide somehow. I know questions will come from this. So, but it's not, it doesn't affect humans. It only affects the insects in the gut. Before anything comes to your body, there must be a contact. It's like a lock and key, the way proteins and enzymes, they work, lock and key. If it doesn't fit, there's no way you can. It's only the insects when they ingest that it becomes. So chemical spraying is ineffective additional production. It costs so much, time wasting, the drudgery. Look at them carrying the cans, of chemical pesticides at their back. So that is labor intensiveness. It can cause backache and so many, and then you are inhaling. The health risk is very high. So there is this one that Nigeria spends 400 million annually on pesticides, and this is by Nigeria's Stored Products Research Institute. You see, 400 million. So public health concerns, of course, about all those use of chemicals, heavy and excessive. Farmers and farm workers get exposed. Pesticide drift to residents living near farms. Pesticide residues in our food puts us at risk. Our beans was rejected in UK, if you can recall. Spraying kills beneficial organisms and all. So, the problems are much. So that's why this was developed. Of course, when you get this presentation, this is really very scientific. That's BT, the CRY1AB gene. It's a single gene that was used to transform that variety, the event 709A. That is the variety that was transformed directly. So when they now discovered that variety of beans is not the farmer's preferred, that's why they had to now do some backcrossing into a Nigerian variety that the farmers like. That is Sampi-10. Sampi-10 is IAR Zaria Institute for Agricultural Research. Is actually their research output. So which was already conventionally improved for striga resistance. So you can see but it's not a hybrid. So you can always, like the plants, save your seeds and all. So regulatory trials were conducted to evaluate for safety. Safety dossier was submitted to NDME and approval for environmental release. So, but these are the processes, that went on, just to give you an idea of the kind of scrutiny, regulatory process that the beans was subjected to before NBMA actually approved. So the promising line 709 was actually used to backcross the CRY1AB into farmers' varieties, and the efficacy. Actually, I had told you that efficacy, testing the efficacy is a proof of concept. What you do in the efficacy test, what they do is the rear the maruca, the lever, they rear it in the lab and they take to the field and then pour in first the genetically improved beans on the field under confinement trials. They infest both the genetically modified and the non-modified. Everything is done based on comparative analysis, substantial side by side, so that when you infest, you will now see that is when you will prove the efficacy, whether that gene is working. Will it still, because after infesting it with maruca, will it still damage? Will maruca be able to damage? I think the maruca was not able to damage the modified, and this is the result here. Number of pods per plant. The first, when you see PBR, that's the modified one. The lower one, IT97, is Sampi-10. That's the non-modified. You can see the significant difference in. So just to give you an idea. So farmers also tested that. After the proof of concept, then you can now give farmers. You can do it maybe once, twice. Then you now take to some few select farmers around your vicinity. Give them, try this on your field. You also give them the Sampi-10 is the non-modified. Then there is also a local variety as a check. They too, so the farmers planted in Minjibir, Kano, some Bakura in Zamfara, and then in Zaria. And look at the yield for the PBR. the yield much higher. I mean, it actually gives I think how many percent yield increase. I can't bet is 6 times higher in the yield. The non-modified gives 350 kg, but the modified gives you 2.9 tons per hectare. You can see the difference, 2.9 tons per hectare. The non-modified gives 350 kg per hectare. So that's quite a lot. So the evaluations, other evaluations were also carried out in confined agronomic or confined farmers managed field trials. The PBL consistently gave higher grain yields, 20 to 80%, than the conventional cowpea variety, while it reduced the need for insecticide sprays from 6 times to 2. It's usually 8 times. Because if farmers plant beans, if they have to have some yields, they have to do it 8 times. But in this case, you can see the two, the non-BT and the BT. Then in this one, we discovered that there was a, what will I say? There was unintended benefit. And that unintended benefit was earliness in maturity. In 75 days, the GM is matured. That's, you can't take it away from you. So that is to tell you that there's climate smartness. So even if you experience drought, and that thing happened practically on farmers' field in Adamawa State. I visited, interacted with them, and I mean, it was just practical. Their local beans, they had too much rain at the beginning. Then later, the rain just ceased. It's in mine, it happened to my hair. The rain just ceased. And I tell you, they didn't get anything from that one. It was the BT copy that gave them pulse. This is a practical situation. It was able to withstand the change in weather condition. It's resilience, you know. So the technology is actually really advantageous, especially under good regulation. So food and feed safety assessments were also carried out, and discovered that there was no significant difference between the GM and the non-GM. The mineral composition, no significant difference. Phytic acids, phytic acid is actually, some of the phytates, they are anti-nutritional, most of them, if they are contained in the food. Usually not in high quantity, just limited quantity, but sometimes they can chelate the nutrients, especially the micronutrients, like in sorghum. Sorghum has some zinc in it, some iron, but it's not made available. It's chelated, and so the sorghum that we're developing is actually to open up, to expose, to take away that gene that is promoting that anti-nutritional activity. The phytate, to break down the phytate. If you break down the phytic acid, some of those nutrients are made available, the micronutrients. So biotechnology can actually do a lot. It's all about enzymes and proteins, and that's it. The genes are not similar to any gene known to cause allergenicity. It was all discovered through this assessment. Cry1AB and NPT2 proteins are likely to be toxic or allergenic to humans or animals, but I think that there was nothing. Gene has long history of safe use, unlikely, not likely. The gene has a long history of safe use in many other crops, over 20 years. So molecular characterization was also carried out, to ensure that that transferred DNA, tDNA, was intact and was stable and didn't, dislocate any other gene. that it found in the new host. You know, so that's it. Environmental safety assessment was also carried out. Field comparisons did not identify any significant differences that will indicate any unintended change in the weediness. You just plant it and see how it will interact with either grasses or other crops around the environment. You just watch and then you do it, and you find out if there's a gene flow, you know, in between. The best cowpea is actually a self-pollinating crop. Gene flow, I think, is maybe 1% if it does happen, and it wasn't hazardous to the environment. It didn't pollute any thing. So it does not, PBR copy does not display any altered plant pest potential, and then PBR copy will not result in altered impacts on non-target organisms, except for the target Lepidopteran insect, that's the maruca. It actually does not, is selective. Because if you're spraying chemical kills everything around your surrounding, all the insects, it doesn't select. But the gene does not affect other insects because it was developed for that maruca. And it's only maruca that is affected. If you plant it, you will see many other insects. The maruca, you won't even see them. If you see them, maybe less of them. And I think it weakens them or it repels them most times. But then we have a stewardship plan now. There's a stewardship committee that AETF has actually set up. It comprises of different agri-institutes, and NABDA is part of it, ARCN, Seed Council. You know, we just have to monitor this. It doesn't stop. The work is just starting. You have to put in a stewardship plan. You have to work with the extension workers, educate them, empower them, and so that they can guide the farmers. And then we also have to be checking that fake seeds do not come in. And I think Seed Council has come up with a code. I think Abdul is here, he can explain the working of that code. When you buy, so that it tells you if you have that code, it's an indication that it's not a fake seed. So you remove, I think, peel off and then call a number there, and once they respond to you, know that it's not a fake seed also. So if we don't do that, because many people will now come up just to, you know, checkmate us, you know, they can just give testimony that they ate GM a copy and they're having, which might not be true. So we just have to be, the stewardship is actually very, very critical. You know, guiding the farmers, farm management practice they have to follow. This is the number of sprays, just 2 sprays. Some farmers do not even have to spray because in my state that I visited last year, some farmers do not even spray because if you have a fertile soil, and where you are is not an insect, you don't have problem. So there was actually an ex-ante studies by the Program for Biosafety Systems. Dr. Doi is here. This is just to let you know what Nigeria can actually, you know, gain from this cowpea, because it just have to be something that the country can benefit. Nigeria will gain $638 million US in 6 years, you know. So, and the return for investment in BT copy is 105%, you know. So, actually we didn't delay, there was no delay. We've got it right. The impact is much, and then the consumer also stands to benefit. That's $5.6 million for consumer, and then for farmers, for producers, they also stand to gain $8.6 million for them. Like, then the PBR will have an impact on the overall economy. Average annual net benefits gained from PBR adoption is actually equivalent to 6% of estimated cowpea annual imports, 1% of Nigeria's copy value of production. Dr. Do can give more light much later. It's actually good for investment, and that is why, because we're in a knowledge-based society now. The world is a global village. Nigeria must keep in. Science and technology is the bedrock of every economy in the world. Go anywhere. We cannot do without it. We should talk about regulation all the time, and we should encourage the government to actually put in money, research and development. If you don't do with research, I tell you, we like believing in quick wins. Quick wins are not sustainable. R&D, is actually the best bet for us. And Brazil, they have Embrapa. ARCN in Nigeria, Agri Research Council, is like the Embrapa of Brazil. Why not fund ARCN, fund the research institutes and all those? So other steps here, we have done all. Varietal registration, seed certification, seed launch, and now is for us to mass multiply. And this was the launch in Kano. It was the seed launch, the cowpea launch in Kano. So it's already, farmers are already buying it, it's already in the market as seeds, So the basis for our confidence in GMOs. Numerous scientists have examined GM foods in numerous studies over the past 3 decades and have concluded that it is safe. Consumers have been eating GM foods since 1996, no evidence so far of any harm from GM. International organizations such as World Health Organization, FAO, have examined the evidence of safety and have indicated that GM foods are not less safe. GE technology does not increase the likelihood of food allergies or create new toxins. If you have a toxin in your new food, it means the parent of what you produce has that toxin. That's it. So this is just a picture, rain and shelter for the US rice that is coming up at National Cereals Research Institute. Most of these things, where we have breakthroughs, it has to do with collaborating partners outside the country. It's difficult for our government to give you, and that's our problem, much money to invest. But once we start investing, and I think we use the money, judiciously, we can, get there to that promised land where no child goes to bed hungry. Many children are dying now. Because of hunger and all. Not just food, but quality food, nutritious food, functional. Nigeria has the potential to catch up with Asia and other developed countries. We have the human capital, the environment, and all that it takes to be like Brazil, to be like Argentina, to be like Canada, to be like US, to be like Japan, to be like India. India has gone far. Indians were the ones working like leopards in Nigeria. I know during my own time when I was in secondary school, our Indian teachers, my teachers from Nigeria used to insult them. They'll say, you see, they don't have food in their country, they're here. So, but now India has, and even Ghanaians. So it is important to note that we must embrace modern science and technology for the wind of change to be realized. Concluding note, sorry for taking so much time. Modern biotech had advanced our knowledge of genes, gene organization, gene function. It has created the techniques, to locate genes, cut them, and then transfer them from one organism to the other with high precision. The working gene pool is virtually now unlimited. Will societies put a limit on science? Or will they direct and guide science and technology to create useful products? That's a question for you guys to answer. In any case, agriculture has always been, it will be a knowledge-based activity. Increased agricultural productivity, is dependent on the use of knowledge. Breeders have now access to an unlimited sources of genes to improve food and industrial crops, more nutritious variety, insect and disease-resistant varieties, drought tolerance. The question is, should Africa continue to remain backward and be denied access to this technology? So I need you to answer this before we leave here. Abraham, I would like them to see this. How do we minimize, just minimize science, media, consumer protection? Just this, I want this.
Mrs. Mokwelola Akeju, Director, Quality Assurance and Development, will be presenting on behalf of the Executive Vice Chairman. Let's give a round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. Permit me to stand on the existing protocol. If I may ask, first of all, how many of us has eaten any GM product before? You have used, don't let me say it, maybe something that you are aware of. That's her. Okay, and that's him. Any other person? Who is there? I'm not sure of your at the back. Which organization, sir? The person at the back. Huh? Okay. Well, because no, I'm not talking ignorantly now. I'm talking when somebody says this thing you are giving you to eat has some GM component and you still took it and then you eat. That's what I'm talking about. Many people will throw it away. You know, the fear that I heard, many people will do. You are all welcome again. And then we have listened to all the scientific parts. Apologies. We scientists in the house, I'm sure we got the message. But the other one, I'm sure they are the key things. We have heard that there is something called GMO today. We have seen, as she demonstrated, how you can take some genes from one thing, you put it, not because you want to harm any, because you can use it both ways. You use it, you tailor it so that it will be beneficial. When you see some crops, some maize in those days, they say you cannot grow in the northern part of the country because of drought. Now they can introduce some genes into those products, into those particular crops, so that you can withstand that type of a challenge. So that's one of the things. People don't want to just do anything for the sake of it. And then we know we are all Nigerians. We are all going to, including them, the scientists, we are all going to eat those products. So you think they want to die? Or if you even say that is even supporting, government is really say, let's see what is there, what are the benefits. Who wants to, when everybody is dead, who will you govern? So you can see nobody has it in mind to we have to have that basic facts with us. And this paper, which is the rights and responsibility of consumer, the paper will be presenting some at different fora, and generated a lot of controversies. There are people started coming, it's not because we just perceive what is happening in the country at that time. And the anti-GM, they were all over the paper and people were getting scared. So as a consumer protector, what will you do? We know that there's no problem in the commission, but in the public domain, people are afraid. So we have to provide an avenue for them to come and explain themselves. And they actually came, and we knew there's no substance in it, sincerely. So on that point, I will start my papers. And then I want us to, we all know about the commission. Do I need to explain it? They are all staff of the FCPC. Next slide, please. So we know that it's an agency to set up to promote the rights and okay.
Done.
Okay, I can control myself. Okay. Hello. Press some. That one. Okay. The commission is the federal government agency set up to promote and protect the rights of consumers, provide a level playing ground for businesses to thrive in order to discourage monopoly and for fair play so that our national economy can improve. The commission mandates cover that. Why are we here today? Why are we here today? It's because the commission's mandate covers all goods and services, GM food and other products inclusive. The commission, and it includes the products of a modern technology, and in this case, the GM food. Yes. In their patronage and consumption, consumers have rights and responsibilities, as will be discussed in this paper. I want us to be familiar with some terms that will be used in this presentation. We have the rights. Wikipedia defines right as something a person has which people think should not be taken away from them. And such of FCPC Act and the NAFDA and the NMBA Act did not give any definition for this. Then consumer, who is a consumer? According to the Commission's Act, includes any person who purchases or offers to purchase goods otherwise than for the purpose of resale, but does not include a person who purchases any good for the purpose of using them in the production or manufacture of any good or article for sale, or to whom a service is rendered. The repeat CPC Act talk about a consumer as somebody who purchases, uses, maintains, and disposes of goods and services, which means if I buy a product, a particular raw material, a good, and I use it in production of something, that's what this act says. When you use it to produce something, you are not a consumer. Whereas the repealed one says, even if you don't buy, you are a consumer. Anything you are a consumer. consumer rights. Their rights to be protected against the marketing of goods and services which are hazardous to life and property. The purchased goods and services availed of should not only meet their immediate needs, but also fulfill long-term interests. Then we try to define responsibility as a thing one is required to do as part of a job or role or legal obligation. Now, consumer rights. There are those rights to be protected against the marketing of goods and services. And okay, I already done that. Consumer responsibilities. There are consumer legal obligations. What you are required to do or roles to play as a consumer. Then the National Biosafety Management Act talks about GMOs. They are organisms living or non-living that possess a novel combination of genetic materials obtained through the use of modern biotechnology and other definitions like that. So this definition, then what is GM food or GE food? They are food genetically engineered, produced from organisms that have had changes. They've given us all these definitions in the earlier presentations. Then products, then GMO. Modern biotechnology was also explained. What are genetic materials? According to the Biosafety Act, it's any part of a plant or animal or microbes containing functional units of the heredity. Just the same, we now explain what heredity is about. It's something that you pass over from parents to the children and other. Then what are the rights of consumers of GMO and its products? The first and most important of these rights is the right to safety, and it's the one that's most concerned to consumers. I remember some years, 2005 or thereabout, one man came, he was really scared to our commission, then he comes to them. He said, hey, this, come and see the histological results. You see people that have eaten GM, see the cells smaller, and then those that have non-GM is smaller. Then the people that their own is they're eating the rats. No, they were using rats. Rats are laboratory analysis. He said the cells were bigger. It means when you see a 16-year-old person, you now look like 50 or 30. The man was scared. I said, no, please. A lot of misinformation going on like that. There's the goods and services purchased and their production processes should be safe. Dr. Rose just told us now how they carry out risk assessment. Nobody wants to die. They have to check it and check that this thing before you push it anywhere. So our consumers' consumption, they must be safe. There's need to protect consumers from problems such as allergens, pesticide residue, microbiological contamination. Necessary risk assessments carried out on GM food on case-by-case basis. That's what we are talking about. Dr. Mba has been going for that meeting. When they want to seek approval for anyone, it's on case-by-case. The first one was cotton in Nigeria. The first one was cotton, and then the committee sat together. They deliberate on it and all that, before everybody will give the approval is given. It's not that anybody just throws them into the market. And even the ones that are imported, they need to really be properly regulated for our safety. Studies have shown that GM food are not less safe than conventional food. I want to talk more about that. I know some people, the one in the wild, seafood. Somebody, if he should eat seafood for you like this, all his lips will swell up. I remember when I heard, but the one I told you, they told me this thing contains GM. The only thing I noticed was, I'm not sure that it's even related to that. I said, my leg was itching. I said, I hope it's not the GM. It's not the GM that I heard that's causing this. But it was minimal. And then it was so, and you can even explain it. They said they introduced some foreign protein into, but that time they are introducing one gene to that. Even the conventional, the regular things, you still have allergies to them. That's the point I'm trying to make. So they are not less safe than conventional food. Now it's your right to have value for money. FCCPC are tough about rights and responsibility. It comes in exam regularly, don't they? Route 10 mention 4 rights of consumers. We are so familiar that we are tailoring it towards GM food. It's the rights of consumers to get value for money spent on goods and services. Unfortunately, there isn't a scientific calculation which can accurately measure value for money realistically. It is what a consumer feels after good or service is rendered. If you get value, then you go to the market and you get value for your money, you feel happy and feel accomplished. Knowing what is important to your consumer, therefore, is necessary, and knowing what makes them experience that happy sensation will certainly raise the bar. So we are looking at GM now. If you see, I remember my former DG, one of them, she said, okay, if you give me groundnut, and I'm enjoying my groundnut, this is my business with whether it's GM or not. And I'm enjoying it, you know, along Abaji FCT road, no, somewhere. Abaji, what do you call them? The army stop places. You will see some people with this nice looking groundnut. I don't know who has passed that road. Many years ago, not to this, I found not traveling the last 5 minutes by road. But that period, we see nice, robust groundnut. In my personally, I'll be saying, hey, I hope this not this thing. No. It was so nice. But I enjoyed every bit, you know, the whitish, very robust granite. I don't know what they are. Maybe it's improved variety. You know, I don't know. You know, it is believed that products of battery will elicit these feelings in the long run on case-by-case basis. Now, information, that's what the one and foremost thing that consumers need. It will enable them make informed choice. Label must be truthful and not misleading. It should speak to the consumer. Labels provide the identity of the food, the amount in the package, list of ingredients, cooking instructions, any safety concerns, nutritional facts, all those things need to be, the consumer need to know. National Biosafety, they have regulation in 2017, developed in 2017, clause 43.4 specify that when a good has minimum of 4% GM component, it should be labeled as such. Some group, they are saying that once it's detectable, they should inform us. So even if it's 1%, once you can detect it. But that Dr. Doyle, you see sitting, he said, Mope, if you carry this banana sock, you know this thing they plant in the market, in the farm, sorry. This one they plant, the banana husk, this banana thing, when you want to plant banana. That thing, okay, how do you label that? Tell me now. Where will you put the label? Soccer, yeah, that's it, soccer. It's how will you label it? Now, you know we buy a crop in big bags. This one, you know, they are the food items, food stuff. Let me say food stuff. In big bags. 50 kg, for example, of a pea, of cowpea. That cowpea now. Now, it's supposed to be labeled though. This one is GM, this one is non-GM. Now, we have a seller that he needs his money seriously. He will just switch. Because I don't put pesticide before. When you put pesticide in your crop, you know, you have to get a withholding period. You know there are some farmers when they know that when they push it before that the end of that. So how do you control that? So labeling, we have to really look seriously how we can implement that. The right to information, the right to informed choice is derived from the ethical concept of autonomy of individual. It's me. Let me decide my food, my choice. Consumers have the right to full disclosure. I've talked about this. Then there must be logo, certification mark on the product. And then some people are even proposing that in future, maybe the biosafety agency can be putting a seal that this thing has passed through our regulation and order is safe for consumer to give more consumer confidence. The information of the label must be legible and disseminated in languages and manners that consumer will understand. And I know that National Biosafety Act regulation makes provision for this as well. While important we ensure food sufficiency for the nation, consumers need to know what GM product is all about. Effort should be made for responsible organization. Well, let's forget that. Labeling will ensure standards are complied with. Traceability, these are the importance of labeling because we want to know what we are eating, you know. And the allergies, those that are allergic, you can become allergic to, it should be boldly written on them. Right to choose, you should be able to choose on an informed basis. Right to fair marketing of goods. Marketing, promotion, advertisement of GM products shall not be falsely or incorrectly presented to consumers. The right to redress. A consumer has the right to redress and compensation in case of any injury arising from consumption of GM foods, which are products of emerging biotechnology. Perchance a consumer gets injured through consumption of this food, such complaint can be taken to FCCPC or any court of law for compensation. Redress for unsatisfactory goods and services for unsatisfactory goods and services, a dissatisfied consumer is entitled to 3 hours repair, replacement, or refund. Consumer education that we are having today, it's your right to be enlightened like this. So when we teach all of us all this, you have listened to this, when you get back to the commission, all the people in your department, please can you let them know what GM is all about, and there's nothing to fear. And then we can take that messages to the ground, to the public when we have the opportunity, because an enlightened consumer is an empowered consumer. Representation. A consumer has the right to be heard. I told you when we were talking about the commercialization of the cowpea and the whole everywhere was heated up, we had to invite, they are all Nigerians, we had to invite the opposing view, and we discussed, we even had a dialogue where the commission provided a platform. Yeah, tell us what's going on. We are the one that will eat this thing. Can you explain? And that one, we carried out that. When standard decisions, regulations, policies, laws, guidelines, and so on are being made, they should be represented at such fora to ensure that their rights and interests are protected. They need to have agencies like FCCPC that will sit in to ensure that their rights are protected in accordance with the national legislations. I've talked about, then we are talking of a perception of consumers. Also need to be, what do they think? We need to know about it. The right to healthy environment, a consumer has the right to an environment that is safe and habitable for present and future generations. And all practices surrounding GM cultivation, confined field trials, etc., that can alter the ecosystem and which can affect the biodiversity should definitely be controlled and regulated by the concerned authorities. The NBA and the Biosafety Act and regulations make adequate provision for all this, and the guidelines are currently being implemented. Then your responsibility as a consumer, you are talking, okay, what are our rights? We all know the right, their responsibilities. Director of Consumer Education, you know much about this. You know that we are tailoring it to genetically modified food. We need to be aware, to beware of unregistered sales outlets. You have to go to the correct one. They must be they must be good sources that we are going to get seeds for planting, you know, and they be aware of the products consumed. Then the consumer need to know, must know about what you are eating. Think independently to make, on an informed basis, to make your choice. Speak out to inform manufacturer. We have some products are pushed into the market. You have the right to go through the necessary channel to complain so that things can get better. Always read and follow instructions. Report any allergies or other reactions you may experience to the appropriate authority. Respect the environment and ensure sustainable consumption. When aggrieved as a consumer, as a result of a consumption, do not grumble. Seek redress from appropriate authority. And the areas of collaboration. You know, we have been talking, we signed an MOU with the Biosafety Agency the other day to make sure that all of us are protected. It will require, and also it will require intense public awareness and advocacy, you know, so that the consumers can have confidence in GM food. The relevant agency must engage in continuous research and studies. There should be support for policy making, a lot of intensive consumer education and awareness. As we are facing the reality that GMO and its products are here to stay, this type of sensitization program is apt. So the staff of FCCPC will be enlightened and empowered consumers. They can take the message of truth about GM and spread it. To ensure our safety, the federal government in its wisdom set up FCCPC to protect the rights of consumers over all goods and services. This same government also set up National Biosafety Agency
specifically to regulate all aspects of products of modern biotechnology, singly or in collaboration with relevant partners to ensure that GM food are safe for all. So what more can we ask for? There's need to carry out nationwide survey to test the perception of consumers on GM food. I talked about studies earlier, and thank you for listening.
Thank you for presenting. Okay, it's fine.
Let's give Madame Akelbi a round of applause. Even though what she presented is actually the message of the Executive Vice Chairman, she took ownership of it and related to it as if it was her own presentation. Please let's praise and give her a round of applause for that. Thank you very much. I'm proposing to us that because time is not really on our side, I'm proposing that we take the next paper so that the question and answers will be after the three papers have been put together. Is that correct thinking? Good, thank you. I now want to humbly invite the doyen of biosafety himself, one of the great masterminds of biosafety practice in Nigeria, who though retired but not tired at all, he's still firing. Receive with me the country coordinator for program for biosafety systems in Nigeria, Dr. Matthew Daw, to give us a presentation on biosafety global practice. Let's keep clapping until he comes. Until he comes, I suggested.
Abraham, I don't know how you're going to do this. I'm going to crave everybody's indulgence to allow me 6. 2 things. You will notice that when Rufus was giving his paper, I was not here. I have malaria and at the same time I'm hungry. So I'll just sit down. I hope. Is that agreed? Thank you very much. There are more ladies in FCCPC than men. Thank you, ladies.
This one?
Yeah.
Global.
There are many points of convergence between what Rose has said and some of the slides I have here. So where there's going to be duplication, I'll just skip it. I won't reiterate it. What do I touch to move it? So, what? Aha, that's my outline. A little bit long. So Nigeria, under my presence, we negotiated to join the Cartagena Protocol on biosafety. Any strange name we call, please try in these days of Google, go back and find out what is Cartagena Protocol on biosafety. As experts, that is what will give you the knowledge you deserve to do the kind of advocacy you are going to be doing. So, there are provisions on the left-hand side here. Then you will see some exemptions on the right-hand side. Right from the beginning, when we were negotiating the Cartagena Protocol on biosafety, there were exemptions. I'll come to that. So, it is to maintain means to regulate, manage, or control the risks associated with the use and release of living modified organisms resulting from modern biotechnology, which may have adverse effects, taking into consideration risks to human health. Risk to human health is a big issue. So right from the beginning, that was understood. So it is intended to provide uniform international agreement all over the world. It was not an easy negotiation. We went from South America to Vienna in the last times, but eventually became successful. You see, everybody gets hooked on food, food, food. Also, because you have choice. If you don't eat yam, you might eat coconut, cocoyam or plantain. But if it comes to medicine, you will see GMOs are more than just plants. In medicine, genetic engineering is used to make biopharmaceutical drugs. Various organisms are engineered for use as factories to produce the drug product. If your cousin is sick in the village and you want to send medicine, how many people read the small print? Sometimes you cannot, it is so small, the fonts might be 2 or 3. You can't read it. You get what I'm saying? Because you think your life is in danger. If you don't drink it, something might happen to you. But if you don't eat some food, you can starve for a few days, but you cannot avoid taking medicine for that long. So people make the judgment. I can choose what I will eat, but for what I will take as medicine, maybe I have something. So if you go to the second bullet there, pharmaceutical products range from recombinant hepatitis B vaccine product. You see all of them. And if you go to the last bullet on the right-hand side, you see where people were getting medicine from. Before GMOs, many common medicines were extracted from blood donors, animal parts, and even dead human beings. Those were sources of medicine in treating people. Rose talked a lot about safety, assessment.
Comment.
Oh, John?
Yes.
Okay, he's listening to me. My colleague is listening. So you see the steps. Right from the earliest stages, safety is number 1. The cowpea, which we just launched last week in Kano, 20 years from a workshop like this in Dakar, Senegal, the problem was put on the table. By the time it is now going to the field, it's 20 years later. And when people talk about safety, 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 the best rebuttal to fears was given by a legislator when we went to the National Assembly. Because the cowpea, the beans for kara and moi moi that we are going to be eating was made in Zaria. People think of them and us. No, it is not them and us. FCCPC talks of competition. There's an African treaty that is going to make the whole of Africa one trading bloc. Not so. So we're going to be trading, we're going to be competing. If this crop is not safe, it will go to the market. So when people were trying to accuse the professor, are you sure what you are going to be doing is safe? The legislator who comes from the same place with the professor says, this man, I know him right from childhood. He cannot be involved in something that is not safe. The same thing goes for many other commodities produced in different places. So, regulatory biosafety considerations for the environment, food, and feed safety. Feed, as in poultry feed, and for this cowpea, the leaves are useful as fodder to feed goats and sheep, and maybe cattle even. So you see the three principles there. Comparative assessment, familiarity, does it look like what I know? And hazard exposure assessment. Rose talked about some of these things before. He talked about compositional changes, toxicity, allergenicity. There are people who are allergic to groundnut. Penicillin, as old as it is, it kills people. But in the case of GM products, these tests are made over and over and over again, tested on laboratory animals. All the proteins are subjected to tests, and the slightest sense of danger is averted. Globally, biosafety assessments have allowed improvements. And you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, there's increase in crop productivity, you conserve biodiversity. If you ever receive a mail from Rose, who has received a mail from Rose here? Mokwe? Yes, sir. How many things do you count at the bottom of our mail? Dr. Mba, don't you? Rose lists all the benefits. Don't be tired of reading them. It's always educational. All these benefits and many more are listed there. And it's not theoretical. And let me just stop and pause and say something. People who are anti-GM, they're not doing it because they're Christians or Muslims. You know why they do it? Who knows? That's the job they do. That's how they earn a living. Simple. They don't do any other thing. Few do any other thing. I saw one near the government secretariat in Ikeja. There's a bar. His brother is a high court, a Supreme Court judge. Most of them do it for money, nothing more. Not because they love you, they don't want you to die, they don't want you to get poison. No. This picture shows you what is happening in the world, where 95% of the production, you can see it in North America. You see Spain. We didn't believe, for instance, that they plant GM in Europe. So we were taken to Spain. You have heard that they don't plant maize in Europe, also. They plant maize in Spain. So I asked the farmer whose field we went to, this is your field? Yes. Do you eat it? The man says no. You don't eat the corn you produce, says no. So what do you use the maize for? We feed it to sheep. What do you do with the sheep? we sell it. Who is fooling who? Because what we say is that waiting pussy eat, they for out there. It's a food chain. If it is that seriously dangerous, why would you plant it at all? So Spain plants maize, but it is used as feed. You will see Brazil here on the lower part, 10 countries, and their quantity of 2.7 billion, that gives the figure for planting. China, everybody knows the population in China. How would that population be fed? So they have wholeheartedly adopted biotechnology as a means. My colleagues in Malawi, Ethiopia are also involved in this thing that we're doing. You will see them at the bottom there. Australia has a very strong scientific attention to biotechnology, and you can see the continent there. So most of us in Africa have colonial umbilical cord, and people will lie to you that they don't consume GM in Europe. It's not true. The key points to know here are, annually in Europe, more than 30 million metric tons of soybeans and soy meal are imported, both GM and non-GM. Your poultry industry cannot survive without soya. And many people have accused NBMA. The reason you have NBMA is because you want GMO to come in. The truth is, GMO was coming before NBMA was created. Now, if you want to bring in GMO, NBMA has to give you the approval. You can see in B between 12 to 25 million metric tons of corn. It's also imported into Europe. 3 to 6 million metric tons of rapeseed, I put the name there, also imported. You come here, the share of EU imported GM product is estimated to be between 90 to 95% for soybean products, around 25% for rapeseed. We don't plant rape here. Trade data does not differentiate between conventional and GM varieties. Labeling will come to that a little later. The EU has authorized more than 100 GM events for importation. 100 events that different genetically modified organisms are imported into Europe. Europe is a very old continent, set and fixed in their ways. Most of the land is owned. You cannot subject it to different type of agricultural practice. America is huge, open spaces, largely unoccupied. So there's a lot of chance for mechanized and non-mechanized agriculture. So let's come nearer home. Because when we talk GM in Nigeria, we always think that this thing is somehow targeted at us. It's not true. Nobody has singled out Nigeria as the people to go and be putting GM into. So agricultural research is a very old thing in Africa. And every time you go to the market, you don't think of agricultural research. But try and think of the new types of cabbage, lettuce, carrot that you see. You think those are the things God created? In fact, nothing that God created as agricultural crop exists anymore. If not by modern biotechnology, there are so many other techniques that human beings use to alter food that we consume. So you will find here that 11 countries, including Burkina Faso, Cameroon in alphabetic order, Ethiopia, Ghana, Kenya, Malawi, Mozambique, Nigeria, Swaziland, up to Uganda, they have all research going on to support their national economies. So either this crop or that crop. In Uganda, for instance, banana is a big deal. In Nigeria, our big deal is plantain. Banana is a huge economic crop that can be used in a variety of ways in Uganda. And Rose mentioned newest rice, what it can do. There's cotton for your cloth. Maize is multi-purpose. Sorghum, which is a middle belt to northern crop, somehow akin to what we use in the south or as cassava. It's a good source of carbohydrates, but it has some poverty inbuilt in it, and you can change it and enrich it to make it available to many people to use. South Africa has been using GM since 1996. So, as boastful as we are, would it be wrong to say we're timid or backward? We didn't have GSM. They came here with GSM, not so? Am I right? The man who brought that connect, Stripe. Zimbabwe, not so? Yet we stay here and we're trying to choose whether we'll do this or we'll do that. Since 1996. It was just last year, 2 years ago, when we approved the first crop for food. Cotton has been in South Africa since 1997 and soybean in 2001. You can see the data there. Maize, soybeans, and cotton in the fields in South Africa. Technology will not wait for you. The former Minister of Agriculture, who is now the chairman of the ADB, he said if you use an aeroplane to go to London, there will be carbon dioxide. Not so? If you ride on a donkey, you know the carbon dioxide is coming out. You know where it is coming from? You don't know? The grass that it eats is fat. So the choice is yours. Are we going to develop technologically? Are we going to listen to the naysayers? Sudan, not South Sudan, the old Sudan. The data are here since 2017. They've been planting cotton. When we say cotton, don't forget that cotton has the potential to go into the food chain. When you crush cotton, if you treat it right and remove gossip pulp, it's used as a food additive for livestock. People also extract oil from cotton. The first crop here is already in trial fields. It has been approved. The same thing for cotton, cassava and cotton. There are other crops here that are in the pipeline in Kenya. Kenya is a net exporter of flowers. Jos used to be an exporter of flour. I don't know if they're still doing that in Jos. So you see the pink coloration of petals for a particular type of flower. Maize, stacked event, then also the variety that is Monsanto 810. Sweet potato has been also worked upon. All these crop traits, I just listed them to show you the variety. Here we're doing cassava, we're doing sorghum, we're doing US rice, we're doing cowpea, and we have research institutes. Badegi, Ibadan, Zaria, Umudike, with a branch in Jos. Then if you go to Lake Shad, Maiduguri, they're toying with wheat. So these research institutes are there, about 15, under the auspices of ARCN. What is the administrative setup? Kenya had their act a whole 6 years before the giant of Africa, 2009. The NBA was established. The function is stated there in the second bullet. Supervise and control the transfer, handling, and use of genetically modified organisms. When we say transfer, Kenya could be a transit for countries like Somalia, the same way Nigeria could be transit for countries north of us in the Sahel. So if you are carrying food coming from the port, say to Niger or Chad, it has to be checked, because if it passes through Nigeria and some grains fall, those grains will end up either being eaten or in farmers' fields. So we need to control the transfer. It's not enough to say it is being transferred, so let it pass. No, you do a proper assessment. And some of the laws or regulations we have here, they are also existing in Kenya. Environmental release, import, export, and transit, contained use, labeling. So where are we? If you go to NBMA office, you will see something like this on your right-hand side. They actually have a laboratory where they test for the presence of GMO. So the NBMA is the official regulatory body in our country. It's to establish biosafety process and technical team necessary for safety assessment. Works closely with other relevant agencies. You saw NAQS, seeds, because NBMA alone cannot do it. NBMA is not agriculture, but what they do impacts agriculture. And they actually go to the field with staff from the Ministry of Agriculture to monitor. All these are safety nets built into the system to ensure that what comes out at the end of the day is Nigeria approved, led by NBMA. Not just that somebody said, no. Let me tell you a story. The very first application for cassava to be experimented upon, that application came from IITA. Behind the scene, I was hearing that we're going to see how Mr. Dow will do this job. I laughed, because the Cartagena Protocol on Biosafety gives you the opportunity to call on the international community to provide the human resources to do it. And then IITA said we should come to their office in Ibadan. I said, I will come to your office. You are applying to me to do something, Then I will come to your office, sleep in your hotel. Then at the end of the day, I give you an approval. What will the country say? So I told them it's not going to happen. We're starting a process for Nigeria. It's not about me. And Ibadan happens to be the original place of agricultural research. So I told them you will come to one of these research institutes as an applicant. And then we gathered people. And they came there, tail between their legs, as applicants. They sat down there, and then our high table is here. And we treated them. We didn't approve it. So that's working closely with others. So in Africa, Nigeria is a shining star. Because we use people from research institutes, we use people from universities, we use people from the civil service to conduct the assessments. It's not done on the airport road. So 2010, building of current knowledge, Nigerian experts began specific skills building for biosafety. What we do in PBS is to build the capacity of people. And I work closely with people. If I know that there's a problem somewhere, I'm going to come to your office. I've been to Mrs. Mba and Mrs. Akeju's offices. We've held meetings. What do we do? I go to Ministry of Agriculture, I go to ARCN, so that we can bring the expertise. And we have a global network of people in America, in South America, wherever, people whose economies are not too far from us, and you can talk with them. Like my colleague Greg he's a lawyer, he's also working in the consumer protection sector. You can talk with them, and you can relate with them, and you share experiences. We passed through these whole processes that are listed there until 2019. The first food crop was approved for farmers to grow. 2019. Last year and part of this year, they have been multiplying the seeds. So we went to Kano Tuesday last week to go and launch it. 1,000 naira for 1 kilogram. And I remember one television man was saying, this is expensive. And I said, no, it is not expensive. When something is expensive, you don't get your value. If you buy ordinary beans, it will not produce anything near this one. And I was telling the lady sitting behind me, many people go to the market to go and buy seeds. What they are buying are grains. If you go to Wuse Market, I have a plot of land along the airport road. You go and buy corn. You are buying what people are supposed to eat. You are not buying what people are supposed to plant. Seeds are what you plant. Grains are what you harvest and supposed to consume. There are two different industries. Historically, these two markets were not always segregated in Nigeria. That is why people are still saying, we hear that if you plant this thing, you cannot save the seed and go and plant again. These seeds have been worked upon to serve you to the best. If you want to plant grain, you have a market for grain. If you want to plant seed, you go ahead and there are different things. We cannot sit down here as educated people who are going to move the Nigerian economy forward and not make that distinction. We must make those distinctions. So here, these are lists here. Imports for food, feed and processing, licenses that have been given out for maize, soybean, cowpea, sorghum, insect resistance, disease nutrition, and nutrition. We have controlled field trials, 10 of them going on different parts of the country. They are also listed there. The last one is a registration for a particular gene, which is in 2 crops, maize and soybean, so that when that gene is approved, whatever crop you find it in will also get approval. Rose talked a lot about cowpea. Very few people know that we import cowpea from Niger. Very few people know also that we even import from Mali and Burkina Faso. The idea, one of the economic benefits we're going to get from this is that not only would we become self-sufficient, there's a strong possibility that we could become net exporters of cowpea. So we have a functional biosafety system. The advances and developmental goals are here. Economic growth, poverty reduction if you adopt the cowpea, create jobs and improve agricultural productivity. We train the government capacity. Open and accountable government, because we respect the consumer rights. That is why we are even talking to Consumer Protection Agency at all. These crops mitigate climate change dynamics. Some of these are already in the Niger Delta. The economy will diversify away from dependence on one crop, oil. Increase opportunities for trade. Somebody talked about our crops being rejected in Europe. If you spray less and you have barely detectable traces of insecticide, then our crops will not be refused in Europe. This man here, the man not on the left-hand side, but the man in the center, is the Fulani man who is spearheading this transformation. So on Tuesday, I asked him, what is the Fulani word for beans? Is there any Fulani woman here? The lady behind Mokwe, are you not Fulani? Okay, she's from Auchi. Who knows the Fulani word for beans? It's Yembe. Yes. Right. So, you see him with his beans. Some of the sweetest beans in this country come from where? Who knows? But very good. Yobe and the area around Maiduguri. So what Rose was saying is this. If that variety is farmer preferred, when conditions are right, they will collect those ones and put this same BT technology into it. You know, they once fought in Ibadan over that beans. You see, as you do your consumer protection work, you must be seeing this little, because with the insecurity, people from some parts of the country could not get access to that sweet type of beans. Only a few people who could trace their roots to that part of the country were getting it. And they were selling it at very, very exorbitant prices. So that is what we call farmer preferred variety. It is going to be put into it. So it has been launched. This is the variety that has been launched. I saw it to the regular color, but it will go into every other color. There's nothing strange about it. Rose talked of substantial equivalent. If you see it, if they put this beans here, they put the other one there, will you distinguish them? You cannot. Let me just ask, does anybody know what is BT? BT. Yes, but what is it? So, who has eaten it before? Who has not eaten it? You have all eaten BT. Because it is in the soil, as you grow up, or even as adults, your hand touches the ground, the Bacillus thuringiensis is what you keep eating. We are so used to it as human beings that we have millennia of familiarity with it. Poison or not poison? Who knows Indoseed? Indoseed. What do you use it for? Was that what it was made for? You see, you see safety. That is the same way you should think. It is poison to the rat, but to the human being, it is not poison, because the place where it attaches to in the rat, that sensitivity is not there in the human being. So when people ask, if this thing is killing insects, are you an insect? No. So the example of Indoseed is something that I'd like to use regularly. And it is the old English saying, one man's poison is what? Thank you very much.
I thought the applause should still be sounding now. Thank you very much, Dr. Doe. He always comes out like the expert that he is. He talks with versatility, and you cannot but be struck by the reality of his message. Thank you very much. There is a council here. We've taken how many papers now? And lunch is served already. We do not want the issue of diminishing return to start to set in. So we'll proceed now for the next 15 minutes and have our lunch and then come back refreshed. Thank you. Let's proceed for lunch and then return here in the next 15 minutes. Thank you.
No, Divine America Express also calling me. Yes, so can we call it now? Yeah, put it on. Send it.
Can it be talking for?
He doesn't want to present after lunch because he knows he's sleeping.
Okay.
So please put him on.
Okay. Hi, Greg. We are set for your presentation.
Okay. Are you counting my order?
MC.
No.
MC.
No, I want to know. Okay.
Just how many minutes for about
Should people go for lunch or what?
Okay. He said they can present after lunch. All right, Greg. We will not take so much time. So 15 minutes we'll go for lunch, then we'll come back.
So the lunch decision is sustained. Let's go for lunch, please, and return here in the next 15 minutes.
15 minutes.
No country. They are already talking.
He said, yes, we've agreed now. Let's go for lunch quickly.
Let's wait for him. Can you agree to? Okay. Hi, Greg.
Hello.
Hi. Are you hearing us?
Very slight, very little bit.
Would you want to present now? I think it's good.
If people have already gone to lunch, I don't want to stop them from getting lunch.
Okay, it's fine. So go for lunch, 15 minutes.
Are you saying 15 or 50?
No, 15, 1-5.
You said 20, you need 25 minutes, Greg.
You want me to proceed?
Yes.
Okay. It's hard to hear.
Yes. Yes.
So can people hear me? Hello, can anybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So good afternoon. My name is Greg Jaffe, and I work for the Program for Biosafety Systems with Matthew Dorr, but I also work for a consumer organization, and I've worked for a consumer organization for the past 20 years. And one of the presentations I always give, and one of the things I'm an expert in, is GM foods and how do we establish trust for consumers for GM foods. And so I've been asked today to come and give a talk about that. And I'm sorry I can't be there in person. I wish I could. I like coming to Abuja. And in fact, I was at the commission many years ago, probably more than 10 years ago, when I first started working with Matthew. I recall specifically going to the commission's offices and meeting with people there when I was doing an initial introduction to all the different agencies that relate to biotech and GMOs in Nigeria. So I'm sorry I can't be with you today, but I hope that my presentation will be valuable to you. So what I'm going to tell you a little bit about the organization I work for, the perspective that I come at this, my background, and then I'm going to talk about what I think is needed for the road to consumer confidence for GM foods, consumer trust, and talk about ensuring product safety, understanding benefits, providing information, transparency, and then I'll end with some conclusions. So my background, I have an unusual background. I have an undergraduate degree in biology and government from Wesleyan University and a law degree from Harvard. So I consider myself an environmental lawyer. And in fact, I worked for the government. So I was a government employee like many of you for the first 11 years of my career. I worked in the Department of Justice and the Environmental Protection Agency and tried to get polluters to clean up. So I sued companies that were polluting and tried to get them to clean up the environment. But I have this passion for science. I was a biology major. And so I've always followed agricultural biotechnology for the more than 30 years of my career. And so I left the government in 2001 and came to work for the Center for Science and the Public Interest Biotechnology Project. And that's where I've worked for the last 20 years. In that job, I've done many things. Like I've been a former member of different advisory committees for the government. So I was a member of the US Department of Agriculture's Advisory Committee on Biotechnology and 21st Century Agriculture and FDA's advisory committee. And internationally, I've done work with PBS, the Program for Biosafety Systems, but I've also done work with I'm the Associate Director of Policy and Regulatory Affairs at the Cornell Alliance for Science. And I've also worked with the UN Global Environment Facility, the World Bank, and I've worked in many countries. As I said, Nigeria is a country near and dear to my heart. I've been there probably more than a dozen times over the last 15 years. I've worked in Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, South Africa, Malawi, Ghana, Ethiopia, as well as countries in Asia and Central America. So just wanted to give you that breadth of knowledge that I have about different regulatory systems in those countries. So as I said, I work for the Center for Science and the Public Interest. We are a nonprofit consumer organization, an NGO, as you might call it. We work in the food and nutrition space, so we're pretty narrow in our focus. And we try to advocate and educate based on the best available science. So we have that term, Center for Science and the Public Interest, and we really take that seriously. We look at the science and then try to educate consumers about the science, and we try to advocate based on that science. And people consider us America's food and health watchdog. We tell people, don't go to McDonald's all the time. And if you go to McDonald's, don't supersize it. Don't drink that soda. Don't put cheese on that burger. It's not as healthy for you. So we are those people who tell people what's good and bad about the food they eat, trying to get people to eat healthier. On the advocacy side, this is our vision as an organization. We envision a healthy population with reduced impact and burden of preventable disease and an equitable food system that makes healthy, sustainable food accessible to all. CSPI values independence, scientific rigor, and transparency. And so on the biotechnology project, we especially, we relate to that sustainable food and that value independence, scientific rigor, and transparency. We let the science dictate the positions we take. One of the things our organization does is publish a Nutrition Action Health newsletter. We publish this 10 times a year, and we have about 500,000 subscribers. And this newsletter, if I was there in the room, I'd show it to you, I'd pass it around, I'd give you some copies. It provides useful health and nutrition information for consumers. It ranks the products, tells you if you're going to eat ice cream, these are the better ice creams to eat. If you're going to eat soup, these are the soups that have less salt in them. We give recipes so consumers can go out and make healthy food. And that's what we do. But the reason I mention that to you is it's related to our conflict of interest policy. So we have about 500,000 people who are member subscribers to our newsletter, and they pay $10 or $20 a year for the newsletter. And they also make individual contributions, individual donations. And they make up the majority of the funds that we get for our organization's activities. We also get some funding from private foundations, such as the Gates Foundation or the Rockefeller Foundation. We do not take any funding from industry, and we have never taken any funding from any industry since we started our organization 50 years ago. We also don't take any funding from the federal government. So we take no grants from the federal government. And we do this because we don't want to taint or have any conflict of interest with the messages. We are a watchdog of the industry. We're a watchdog of the government. And we want to be able to talk about the science and not have anybody say, well, you're not saying what you mean, or you're modifying your message because that's where you get your funding from. So if we want to go after Coca-Cola for their bad product, we don't want anybody to say, well, you're getting money from Coca-Cola, so you're from Pepsi-Cola, so you're not going to go after Pepsi-Cola or something. So that's really important to us. Some of the things we've worked on are things like trying to have people reduce the amount of soda they drink. We call soda liquid candy. It's a lot of empty calories, and so we've tried to get Americans to drink less soda. We've done a lot in that area to try to get better labeling of those foods so people understand how much sugar is in them. We've done a lot with sodium, trying to reduce the amount of sodium in the diet. From many processed foods have lots of sodium. We've done reports that compare which products consumers should eat that have less sodium in them. And as I said, I run the biotechnology project. So we address the scientific and regulatory concerns pertaining to the benefits and risks of genetically engineered plants and animals. And so I've been doing that for 20 years, and we make our decisions based on the science. And so we are different than other NGOs in this space. Most NGOs in this space in the United States are against GMOs. And I would guess that's true for some NGOs and consumer organizations in Nigeria. But we looked at the science out there, and we said that the current genetically engineered crops grown in the United States, and I don't know if, I think one of Matthew's slides showed how many crops we have in the United States, are safe and have some benefits to farmers and some benefits to the environment. And so we support those. So we looked at the science, we looked at what the agencies did, what the companies did, and said, based on that. Now, I only say that for the current crops. Why do I say that? Because I can't tell you what a future crop is going to be safe or not. You need to look at this on a case-by-case basis. So I can't generically say all GM crops are safe. I don't think we can say that about any kind of products or any kind of technology. We always have to look at how it's applied. And so that's what we do as an organization. We look at how it's been applied, and for the crops that's been applied to so far in the United States, we don't see any human health or animal health concerns out there for those. We do say that those current and future crops should be used in a sustainable manner. So we have had concerns about the development of resistant weeds and resistant pests, and that these aren't used in a sustainable way. And so I advocate and do lots of policy to try to make sure they're used in a sustainable manner. I do believe they can be used sustainably. They can be used in sustainable agriculture. The question is whether they're actually done in practice is a different thing. We, as I say, I'm a lawyer. I do a lot on regulation. And so we've said that the US regulatory system needs improvement. Not everything is mandatory. Some are voluntary in the US system. So there's not as much transparency as we'd like in the US regulatory system. So I advocate for improvements there. And we do say that GE crops can play a positive role in the agriculture of developing countries. And that's one of the reasons I work in Africa, is that I want to help the lawyers and consumer advocates and others understand the technology, understand the laws and regulations, both international and domestic, and then apply them, give help with training and capacity building so that people can apply them and make their own decisions based on science about whether their particular country wants to adopt this. But I think it can play a role in agriculture, helping small scale farmers, depending on the trait and what crop has been engineered. So with that background on my organization, I'd like to spend the rest of my time talking about, well, how does this relate to consumers? And what are the things that need to happen, in my opinion, to get consumer acceptance of GM foods? And I'm not saying that every consumer is going to accept them. And just because you accept them or trust them doesn't mean you have to buy them. But we do want people to know and have confidence in these products so that they're not scared of them. So if they want to purchase them, they can purchase them. And what does that entail in my mind? And the first thing in that is ensuring safety. I don't know about all of you, but when I go into the supermarket, when I go to buy my food, I want to know that food is safe. I don't want to have to make my own decision about whether that food is safe or not. I want to come in and choose among only safe food. And so, I think consumers want to know that products they're eating are safe, and they don't want to worry about that. And I think that's the number one thing before taste, before price, is the product they're purchasing safe? And so the question is, if the federal government doesn't do that, who will do it? It is a new technology. It's something that consumers may not be comfortable with, may not be familiar with. And generally, I think as a consumer, if there's something we're not familiar with, something that's new and novel to us, we tend to be hesitant about it. I think about my little kids when they were growing up. I don't know if any of you have kids, but when you ask a kid, oh, do you want to try a new food? Let's say, they tend to say, children will instinctively say no first. And the reason they do that is they always can change their mind and say yes, but it's easier to say no for anything you're not comfortable with than it is to say yes. And so, I think that's the way consumers are also. If you're not sure about something, you're going to tend to shy away at it. If it's new and novel, that may be the case. And so we have to figure out how to do that. And so, as I said, consumers are hesitant to purchase new products without an assurance of safety. If something new came in the marketplace that you're not familiar with, you're going to ask more questions about it than if you go in the marketplace and buy cowpea or cassava, things that you've been very familiar with and buying for your whole life and eating for your whole life. And so I think, there needs to be an assessment of safety that needs to be done for these products. And that's what the regulatory system's about. And that's what you've learned about in some of the other talks, that Nigeria has a National Biosafety Management Authority and that they do a safety assessment. And that is including the human health part, that it's safe to eat. The important thing, I think, for consumers is that that assessment is independent. It's not the company doing it who has a conflict of interest in the sense that they want the product to be successful and they want to make money on it, but they're independent, that oversight is transparent so that you know what's being done and how it's being done and who's doing it, and that it's participatory, that it gives the opportunity for people to comment on it. And so I think all of those are part of the NBMA's regulatory process. They're part of the US regulatory process, and I think that's important for it. So, and those are the best practice around the world, is for governments to conduct the safety assessment. The applicants, the developers do the safety testing, provide the safety data, and then the government and its experts whether they're inside the government or advisory committee, review those and determine whether or not the product is safe. And so I think that's one critical thing if you want to get consumer acceptance is having that pathway to ensure safety. The second issue is, I think consumers will support and purchase products that are beneficial to them. Beneficial. And so the question always is this product, this new product that's coming into the marketplace, is it going to be beneficial or not? And so when I think you've learned earlier, Rose talked about some of the GM crops, and Rufus and Matthew talked about the GM crops. And so some of those do have significant benefits. Some of them have increased yield, and there's a lot of evidence about that. And that's good for farmers, but it may or may not impact consumers. Now, some consumers are also farmers. And in a country like Nigeria, many consumers are farmers because there are a lot of small scale subsistence farmers, not so much in my country. So to the extent that a consumer is also a farmer, they get the benefit of that increased yield. But if you're a consumer in the city of Abuja, you may or may not get the benefit of that increased yield because it may not be cheaper or product for you. The farmer may make more money, and that may be good. But from your perspective, so that's one benefit. There are products that have food safety traits that are benefits. There are some products, GM BT crops, that reduce corn that reduces mycotoxins. That's hard to explain to consumers, but could be very valuable to them. There are some consumers in some countries, because of mycotoxins, can get mycotoxin poisonings from that. And so, but that on the whole, so it's a benefit, it's a societal benefit, but it is hard to explain to consumers that that's a benefit. On the other hand, a tastier, cheaper, or new product, consumers could become very interested. And if their GM concerns might vanish. So if you can give somebody a genetically modified crop that's tastier or cheaper, or that, has some other characteristic, that it doesn't spoil, for example, that could be a real benefit to the consumer. And so I think what we've seen around the world is if there's a benefit to the consumer, consumers adopt this very quickly. When the benefits to farmers adopt it very quickly, but consumers may not adopt it as quickly because the benefit's not to them. So I do think benefit is really important. And so the key for an organization like your commission and all of us in this space is how do we document the benefits and then explain them to consumers so that consumers understand those benefits. And I'll give you here's an example. I think you talked about insect resistant cowpea. Here are some of the other insect resistant crops that exist in the world. There's insect resistant corn, cotton, soybeans, and eggplant. And they have benefits. Are there benefits to farmers? Yes, lots of benefits have been documented for farmers. Are there benefits to the environment? Yes, lots of benefits to the environment. Are there benefits to consumers? It's a questionable. In my country, the fact that it's a benefit to farmers and the environment, if you care about farmers, it's a benefit to you personally. If you care about the environment, it is. But again, it's not a benefit in terms of price or taste. And I think, most consumers in the supermarket or when they purchase food, the most important things are price and taste to them and convenience. And so that may not be perceived as a direct benefit to them, in which case then you have to get them to understand the indirect benefits. I put a product up here that's very US based. You may not know about this. This is the Impossible Burger. So it's a plant-based burger. So there's no meat, animal protein in this. It's all made from soy and other vegetables. It also has a genetically engineered heme in it. So it has genetically engineered heme, which is a special ingredient that makes it taste like a burger, a meat burger from a cow, even though it isn't from a cow. And it also has soybeans in it that are genetically engineered. And if you'll notice over in the corner here, there is a bioengineered disclosure symbol. So it tells the consumer that it's genetically engineered. And the reason I raised it is that a lot of people in the United States who want to avoid meat love this product. And it is a bestseller. And these are people who were anti-GMO, but they were anti-GMO or they were hesitant about GMOs. But once there was a product that they thought was beneficial to them, that served a need to them, they went and bought it. They didn't care that it was GMO. And so I mentioned this in the sense that if you really have a fabulous product out there that really benefits the person, they don't really care that it's GMO. They're going to do it because the benefits, it's something that they care about the benefit of. So I want to talk next about transparency, and I'm sure in your commission you all talk about transparency all the time, and that's part of your mandate. You know, consumers who are interested want to know how the product came to be, whether that's GMO or anything else. You know, people always say consumers want to know whatever they want to know. You can't convince them scientifically, otherwise they should know that information. They just want to know certain information. And if they can't get that information, then they wonder why is it being hidden from them. So, you know, if I ask whether something, you know, is a certain way, a product, and nobody tells me, I'm going to wonder, why is it being hidden from me? Why aren't they telling me this? And if they think it's something's being hidden from them, they might think, well, maybe it's unsafe or something. So I think that I don't think in the United States or most places in the world, most consumers care about knowing whether a product is GM or not. But for the few who do care, if they can't find that out, they're going to wonder why it's being hidden from them, and they're going to be hesitant and not want to purchase those products. And they're going to tell their friends not to purchase those products. So I do think transparency is important for consumer trust and acceptance. Now, transparency doesn't necessarily require on-package labeling, you know, but I do think that if because I don't think every consumer necessarily wants to know, but for the consumers who want to know, I do think it's important to know. And transparency, we found internationally, is essential for trade and markets and coexistence. A product that negatively impacts other products will attract opposition. So if you're trying to sell something to Europe and they don't know that something is GMO or non-GMO and they want non-GMO and you give them GMO, that's going to cause trade problems, and that's going to end up being negative to the technology. So I think, you know, transparency information is important because it both protects the technology and allows it to go forward in a marketplace that has differentiation, where there are some products that are organic, some products that are, you know, traditional, conventional, some products that are GMO, and so forth. But that gets to the issue of labeling or disclosure. You know, how do you do that, and should you do that? And I'm not going to tell your country how to do that. I'm happy to answer questions about how my country does it. I can't say that my country is the best, or it's just the way they do it. But I can talk about some important principles around labeling. One is that the information, whatever information you give to consumers, should be accurate. I think we all can agree that that's really important. It should be factually and scientifically accurate. It also should be neutral and not misleading. You know, we don't want to put a GM symbol with a skull and crossbones on it that gives people the impression it's not safe or something. So it should be neutral. Whatever information is, it shouldn't benefit that product or hinder that product. And it also, if we're going to give consumers information, it should be informative. It should be helpful. It should be information that the consumer can read in the right language. It should be stuff that they can understand, a term that they can understand and be useful. Otherwise, putting information that nobody understands is not really helpful. And finally, it needs to fit into your existing labeling system. You know, if consumers purchase food on the side of the road and that food's not labeled, adding a label to this when nothing else is labeled is not consistent with the regulatories, with your food labeling system. If, however, you're purchasing a product in a supermarket that has packaged and it does have a label on it, then this should fit into that labeling system. So it's important to fit it into whatever your system exists. If things aren't labeled, then why should this be labeled? If you go in a restaurant and don't get other information about whether there's what calories or how much salt or sugar or sodium or whatever's in the product, why should you need to know whether the product's GM in the restaurant? It has to be consistent. This is just the symbol that is used in the United States for labeling disclosure. When beginning of 2022, foods that have bioengineered content will need to, one way they can disclose that content is with this symbol on the package. This is something that will be new to our consumers, and it will take a lot of education for them to understand what this means when it's on a package, because I don't think consumers will know this. And that's a whole nother story. And again, I'm happy to answer questions on that. So I'd like to just end with some of the sort of tools that we use in my organization to educate people about genetically modified foods. We aren't really a grassroots organization, so we don't have the manpower or the resources to deal with consumers directly. So we mainly deal with stakeholders. We deal with newspaper reporters and journalists and other organizations and doctors' organizations, and we give them information and let them be the ones who interact with the consumers. So one of the things I have on my website is a frequently asked questions, straight talk on genetically engineered foods. It's freely available. Any of you could download it, and it talks about, what is a GMO? Where are they in our food supply? What are the food safety issues? What are the environmental issues? What's the regulatory environment? What's coming in the pipeline? It's a way to provide information. I also sometimes refer people to FDA, the Food and Drug Administration, has a GMO 101, basic questions. I think they did a very good job of making a tough scientific technical subject understandable to the average consumer. And then I have a blog, and I write articles on that blog about the new regulatory procedures that are coming in place, the disclosure rule in the United States and what it's going to do and what it isn't going to do. And so that's another way that I'm able to interact with stakeholders. So with that, I think I'll end. There's my email. If I don't answer your questions today and you want to email me future questions, I'm happy to answer them. You can also contact me through Matthew Dorr. And I hope that at some point I will get invited to come to Abuja and we'll have the pandemic over with us, and that I can come back there and meet with some of you in person and have a better discussion than we can have over Zoom. But I'll end now, and if there's a few minutes, I'm happy to answer questions.
Questions? Comments?
Questions?
Thank you, sir. There's an issue I want to seek clarification on. Yeah, it's not really in respect of his presentation, though I enjoyed it. But we had this notion that you extract gene from certain animals to boost the gene of other animals, particularly animals that are not edible. For instance, cockroaches, for instance, rats, for instance, pigs. We want to know if this is true or not.
So I'm not aware of any genetically modified crops that are grown anywhere in the country that have anywhere in the world that have a gene from an animal. The genes that have been taken have either been taken from another plant or from a microorganism. So so I'm not aware of anybody who has taken a gene from an animal and put it into a plant, or taken an animal gene from a non-edible species. So the transgenic salmon in the United States takes a gene from a different salmon species, and puts it into from one salmon species and puts it into another salmon species. So I'm not aware of that.
Okay. Are you okay?
Any other question? Just thank you. Thank you, Greg, for
thank you, Mr. Greg, for your presentation. I have just I want a follow-up question on this, on the one you just answered about
whether there is combining inedible food, I mean, getting a gene from an unedible food or species rather for the food we can eat. I have a question like that. When you want to extend the life of an edible fruit, I read that it's possible to take a gene from maybe wheat that can last for a long time and put it in that edible food so that it will not have to get spoiled without using a preservative. For instance, I keep on questioning how we can have an apple to last for almost a month. They come from overseas and they put them in a carton. People keep on selling them and we keep on buying it. What is the secret behind that apple? Is it not something that has to do with a genetically modified organism? Then another question that has to do with your own presentation is, you mentioned when you were presenting that you are not funded by government or by industries. How then do you get funds for all your work? Another question is, what do you think, though you have been answered here by Dr. Matthew Daw, what do you think is the reason for the negative propaganda against GMO? Because in your presentation, you also mentioned it. Why are people against it? For your own perspective, for your country. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the questions. So to the first question, again, so you can take a gene from any species and put it into another species, but you have to have a trait that's valuable to put into that species. And just because we take it from one species, even if that species is not edible, it doesn't mean that gene and the protein or product that's made from it is necessarily harmful. That's why we need the safety assessment to make sure that new gene and the protein that's made from it isn't an allergen or isn't a toxin or doesn't have some negative characteristic to it. If we take something from an edible species, the risk assessment is much easier because we already eat it. So if I take a gene from spinach and put it into a tomato, I know we eat genes in spinach already, and that gene, and nobody's allergic to spinach, so they won't likely be allergic to that gene from spinach put into tomatoes. But if I take a gene from something else that we don't eat, then we are going to need to do more analysis of that gene. But it doesn't necessarily mean that gene is harmful. And even if it comes from a species that's harmful, it doesn't necessarily mean that gene is the harmful aspect of that species. So we can switch it. As I said, to date, no genes have been taken from animals and put in plants, but we could do that. There just hasn't been a need to do that, and they found the traits in other plants or in microorganisms to do it. So that's the first question, I think, that I've answered. The second one, we don't get any funding from government and industry. Where we do get our funding is we have that newsletter, and we have 500,000 subscribers, and they each pay $10 or $20 a year for the newsletter. And they also make donations, and some of them give us $10 and some of them give us $1,000. And so most of our funds come from individuals just like yourselves and others in our country, in the United States, who care about the food they eat and care about learning about the relationship between the food they eat and their health. And so that's where we get most of our money. We do get it from philanthropic foundations, but we also some money from philanthropic foundations, but most of the money we get is from them. To answer your final question, people have written books and books about why people are against GMOs. And depending on the country and depending on the person, there could be a host of different reasons. So I think some people are against them just because they're new and novel and they're unfamiliar with them and they need to be educated about them. Some are against corporate agriculture, industrial agriculture, and these were made by big multinational companies. And so they don't like corporate agriculture to begin with. They want organic or small scale agriculture, and this is against. This is different from that. So some of them do that. There are some that have more religious viewpoints that this is, that this is doing something against nature or against God to put a gene from one species to another. There are a host of different reasons why people are against it. So I can't speak for everybody or anybody, in fact, about it. But the reality is that there are many different reasons, both in my country and in your country, about why people are doing it. I think the more important thing for us as communicators and as consumer advocates is to listen to those people, to ask them, what is your concern? And be sympathetic to those concerns, and then provide useful factual information that may help alleviate, or so they can better understand the technology and see it in a different light. So to me, that's the most important thing as an advocate and as a consumer advocate for me, is to listen to other consumers, hear what their concerns are, be compassionate about those concerns, and then provide science-based information that helps them understand the context of this technology.
Thank you, Greg. I have a question too. One of the area of concern for consumers is this, our farmers, is this issue of when you plant a GMO seedling here, you will never use that land again for any other product, and other products are not allowed to grow there. So what do you have to say about that?
So are you asking whether if you use a GM seed, you can't then save it and use it again? Is that what you're asking?
The land. Maybe
The
if you
land.
plant it, that when you plant it in a place, in a land that no other plant will grow there anymore. So farmers are afraid that it's either the GMO plant or nothing anymore.
I mean, I'm not sure I understand, but I'm not aware of any place that, so I could grow a GM plant in my backyard, and then one year, and I can grow another plant the next year. GM doesn't do anything to the soil. It doesn't impact the soil or the soil microorganisms or anything such that you have to grow that same plant. It doesn't in any way deteriorate the soil any different. A corn plant that's GM versus non-GM, or a cowpea plant, those plants are made genetically engineered to address a pest. They kill a pest, but they don't necessarily do anything to the land or soil. So again, I think that's probably a misunderstanding that people have.
Okay, thank you, Greg. Let me just tap in to clear this, because yesterday I was asked the same question when I had an engagement with the media at Daily Trust. We were having a training, and I was invited to give a talk, all that they needed to know and all the clarifications. And somebody still asked of this, this same question, that if you plant a GM crop, it pollutes the environment. You can't plant any other thing. And then some say don't, you can't replant GMO wood. So I had to tell them, I think the best, seeing is believing. So we will just organize, we're planting copy in August, planting copy today as we are here. Land has been cleared in NAFDA, and they are planting the cotton seeds. So you guys will come and see if the environment is polluted. Last year, we planted the cotton, we planted HT soy, we planted the BT herbicide tolerant soybeans, and then the BT and other crops that are just conventional, all around, no sign of any pollution. And we do that on a yearly basis. For the past 5 years, that's what we do. We've never had any problem with soil pollution. Nothing. All these things are propaganda. They're just scare, rumor mongering, scaremonger, just to scare you, to keep you away from it. Some people are earning salary from what they're doing. They get funds from outside, somewhere, some foundations, those guys who are very rich, like the chemical companies and all those things, because this thing is reducing the use of chemicals. So it's bringing down some businesses. If I'm coming in with a new thing, and people know that that thing I'm coming with is gonna work. Of course, those people who have been in a similar business, they will of course sponsor people, to fight you. So I mean, these are just it. The Home Foundation, that's the name of us, they're getting funds, from the Friends of the Earth and many of them, just to scare you from the use of technology, because they're being paid to do that. It's nothing.
Let me say something. In America, the farmers don't leave one place and go from place to place like we do here. So it is where you own the land, you plant it today, you're going to plant it next year, and so on and so on. It's unlike here that we need to follow land. Between Abuja and Lokoja, it might be 2 families, 3 families. So if you're polluting your soil, you're destroying it, where will you go and plant? It is one of those myths that people propagate around. Yes, please.
Thank you, Greg. Maybe you can hear me. Okay. I want to understand what he means by transparency does not necessarily require all package level.
So thank you for that question. So I think it depends on the country you're in and what kind of information you're providing and how it's being provided to consumers. So in my country, we give the companies the option, the law gives the companies the option of putting it on the package or in electronic disclosure. And I think they did that because there's so much other information already on the package that they felt was more important, that this information should not be on the package, but it be available to the consumer who wants it electronically. So, I think it depends on the country and it depends on how you provide the information. I mean, in your country, in many places, things aren't packaged. So if you were to provide that information, how would you provide the information if it's on package labeling and you don't have a package? It might be better to, put out a bulletin in the newspaper that talks about farmers growing GM cowpeas. And so in the area, and then consumers know that the cowpeas are GM. Then, putting it on each farm stand in some way if there's not a package. So all I'm saying is the important thing is that for a consumer who wants to find the information out, it's not hidden from them, but there may be multiple means of providing it to them. Labeling may be the best way and maybe on the package, but it may not be, depending on what your country's labeling system is and depending on how many consumers want to know the information and so forth. You have to look at it both from a transparency, but also an economic point of view.
Okay. I have a question here, please.
Be the last one. Anyway.
Okay. We've been talking about, I feel that this is a campaign for GMO, for us to say yes to GMO. So I'm asking, the way we are talking about it, I have some concerns on the place of consumer right to choose. Is this GMO campaign by compulsion? Is it compulsory that everybody must say yes to it, or do we still have choice as consumers to go for GMO products or not? So I want to find out, why are we so intense in the campaign on GMO?
So I mean, I think consumers always have the choice of what food they're going to buy, and farmers always have the choice of what they're going to grow. And I think that's why you need the transparency. So for example, I think it's really important that there's be transparency in the seeds. So a farmer knows whether they're growing a GM cowpea or not growing a GM cowpea. I think that's essential that the farmer know that and have the choice to choose. And so we do want to make sure the marketplace has both GM and non-GM seed available to those farmers. You shouldn't have to only choose one or the other. I think what's happened in many countries is a lot of countries have banned GM, and the only choice you have is non-GM. And that's not a fair choice either, because there are some farmers who want GM. So I think the question is, how do we keep that choice both at the farm level and at the consumer level so that people can choose among the two? One of my colleagues who's listening in, John Coleman, is in Europe, and most of Europe, consumers don't have the choice. They have labeling, and all the products are sourced so they're non-GM. And so I can't go there and choose between GM cornflakes and non-GM cornflakes. Whereas in the United States, I can choose between GM cornflakes and non-GM cornflakes. So I think, it is not, I don't think the countries in the world yet have solved this issue. But the question is, how do we have, to have real choice, we have to allow both in the marketplace.
Okay, thank you very much, Greg, for providing this information to us. Thank you very much. This brings us to the end of this segment. It's not working. Thank you very much. We still have 2-3 papers to take. And I allowed us to cruise the way we were because it's like we were enjoying it. If we continue the way we were doing, we would not finish all the papers we are supposed to finish. So what do we do now? Do we continue like this, or we break because we still have 3 presentations? Do we go for lunch and come back to do that? I need your opinion. We should continue? You cannot be eating when somebody is doing serious presentation. Please, let's proceed for lunch and then come back in 15 minutes time. Thank you. And let's do that quickly.
March 15th every year is dedicated worldwide as the World Consumer Rights Day, WCRD commemoration. It is a day globally set aside to raise awareness about consumer rights and needs. The commemoration of the day presents an opportunity that reminds consumers to demand and insist that their rights be respected and protected against market abuses and social injustice, as well as play their responsibilities as consumers. President John F. Kennedy, the 35th President of the United States of America, in his historic special message to Americans on March 15, 1962, formally addressed the issue of consumer rights and enunciated the first set of consumer rights: rights to representation, rights to safety, rights to choose, and rights to information. The World Consumer Rights Day was first marked in 1983 by Consumers International, being the umbrella body for the global consumer movement. Since then, the commemoration has been annually used to mobilize action on important consumer issues and campaigns by all members under Consumers International, CI. The Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, FCCPC, Nigeria, is a member of this global body. Every year, CI comes up with a theme to commemorate the day, and the FCCPC yearly identifies with the commemoration to chart a new course to protect consumers in Nigeria. The theme of the World Consumer Rights Day 2020 was the Sustainable Consumer, considering the fact that sustainable consumption is a multi-stakeholder responsibility, as well as the benefits derived from the culture of sustainable consumption. FCCPC, led by its Executive Vice Chairman EVC Babatunde Yerukera, brought together various stakeholders in the sector, such as producers of packaged food, drinks, producers of packaged water, container producing companies, and other stakeholders at a meeting in Protea Hotel Select, Ikeja, Lagos. On March 19, 2020, the team adopted 10 guiding principles for consumer education and business guidance in line with international health standards in commemoration of the 2020 World Consumer Rights Day. The Commission also organized some activities in Abuja, Oka, Port Harcourt, Bauchi, Katsina, Kano, Oshogbo, and Lagos, with visits to markets, dealers of packaged drinks, school and general consumer education. A specially designed flyer on the theme tagged "Be a Sustainable Consumer" was distributed at all the events and other follow-up events organized or participated by the Commission. More so, as a follow-up to 2020 theme, a task force for sustainable consumption was inaugurated on the 8th of August 2020 by the EVC to come up with a framework to implement the guiding principles reached at the stakeholders event in Lagos for 2020 World Consumer Rights Day. The task force has its members from the government, Federal Ministry of Health, Federal Ministry of Environment, National Environmental Standard and Regulation Enforcement Agency, from the industries, Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, Recyclers Association of Nigeria, Freeland, Capina, and from the civil society, Kafun Kasani and Kanef on Wednesday, 10 February. The task force developed and submitted its framework to the EBC and have started action as a standing committee. However, the year 2021 theme is tackling plastic pollution. This theme is a follow-up to the broad theme of 2020 World Consumer Rights Day, moving from general to specific area of sustainable consumption. The effect of plastic waste pollution on sea life and environmental degradation in almost every nation is becoming more worrisome than ever. As provided by the CI, the theme is a clarion call for global action in tackling plastic pollution and providing the opportunity for consumer movement around the world to take part in the global campaign against plastic waste pollution and any action that would improve the lives of consumers in that respect. In recent times, most cities, towns, and villages in Nigeria have experienced flooding, which caused the loss of lives and properties. Apart from the other factors which could be attributed to the cause of flooding in Nigeria, on top of the list of causes of blockages of drainages are plastics of different types. This is because they are the most everyday packaging materials that are used by all and sundry. The consumption of water in disposable water sachets, popularly known as pure water in Nigeria, has become part of our daily lifestyle. That has added to the menace of the environment through indiscriminate dumping and littering with such sachets. Experts have said that these types of wastes take about 100 years to degrade in the soil.
See, this agency, National Biotechnology Development Agency, is a research institute, and this research institute we are empowered to carry out research using biotechnology technique. And if you say biotechnology is using anything that involves life to tackle any problem that is bedeviling the nation. And using this technique, there is what we call biodegradable polymer. And this biodegradable polymer is something that the world researchers has focused onto. And this agency is also not left behind. We are doing all we call to see that we have produced biodegradable polymer. This biodegradable polymer, when it is produced, at least it is going to reduce the time taken for the polymer to degrade when it is thrown. Just like a paper, you know, when you throw out a paper, paper is not causing that kind of problem. So when you have a biodegradable polymer, the enzymes that are on the ground will easily degrade the molecules in the polymer, and the polymer will now become part of the soil.
What's needed from the general public is responsible consumption and production. That is for us to meet the Sustainable Development Goal, SDG 7. We have to imbibe responsible consumption and production. That is, whatever you use, make sure you collect the waste and you dispose of it properly. So that will go a long way in addressing this major problem we are facing. And it will assist us in meeting the SDG goals. Not only sustainable consumption and production, there is the issue of life underwater, life on land. So if we continue to have this indiscriminate dumping of refuse, it's going to affect the ecosystem. And certainly we are not going to meet off, especially to do with these SDGs. We have a program that is called the Extended Producer Responsibility. So presently we are working with the food and beverage companies that have already formed what we call Producer Responsibility Organization. So they are trying to collect all the waste that they generate, specifically the plastic waste, which comes in form of the plastic bottles and containers which they use in packaging their products. So they will be responsible for funding the collection and the recycling. That of electronic wastes, they have also formed their own producer responsibility organization. So all those generators of waste are expected to key in so that at the end we are going to achieve a circular economy. The waste generated can be plowed back into the system so that it becomes a source of raw material. That is the only way we can have sustainability, sustainable development of the nation.
There should be reduction in the market. If I'm in the market and somebody is giving me those single-use plastic, I should be able to reduce it. I should tell them that I have another one, you can put what you have inside this one. It will help to reduce it even in the market while you are buying. Not anything you see in the market, you say, oh yeah, put this one in the leather, put this one. You continue bringing many leathers to the house. So in different homes, it is expected that our women should start separating their waste. Even those waste that are food products or banana peels, we call them like garden waste that can easily degrade. You can put it if you have a garden. If you put them in your garden, it serves as a manure for you. Than when you go and dump it out for people to just carry it away. It serves as a manure for you. But all these other plastic waste, it pollutes the environment. They cannot easily degrade.
There should be a buyback, and there should be a continuous consumer education. Yes, every now and then we do education, and we encourage consumers to always use a good bin, not dumping things indiscriminately. Because if you dump it indiscriminately, it will end up in our gutter, it will end up in our water bodies, and because
that you must make sure you buy from people that use paper bags for you. You must also make sure that you reuse.
It's not online.
every plastic bag that you buy something with, because if you reuse it, you have reduced the number of plastic bag that is coming out. So the education continues on. Make sure you patronize companies that use paper bag, make sure you reuse, and make sure you buy plastic bag that are recyclable, because some are not degradable. Once you buy them, they will remain there for 35, 40, as long as possible. So these are the things we advocate continuously, and we also advocate towards government that there should be policy option. Government must be intentional by having a ban on some products, by also ensuring that there must be a buyback by all these companies. It is very, very important. And what do you mean by buyback? Simply means that if you have purchased a particular number, they should encourage you to return those things and get a particular item.
FCCPC is therefore commemorating this year's World Consumer Rights Day with today's programs with a view to engaging consumers, especially the young consumers who are major users of these plastics at home and in their school on the way to utilize the circle model of waste management for eradicating or lessening the use of plastics and also ensuring that those in use are reusable and can be put to use over again before disposing of them in a proper way. These young consumers are expected to further educate their parents on the proper ways of tackling plastic pollution, while schools are expected to replicate the campaign in the school community and practice them.
Very clearly, plastic waste constitutes one of the most difficult things with managing waste in the environment today, mostly in part because of how unbiodegradable plastic is. And so it is certainly something that, it's a waste that really constitutes a problem. In Nigeria in particular, I think the problem is even highlighted when you consider the fact that we seem to have migrated from a history of glass and other forms of storage or packaging towards plastic, which is, we're realizing, is quite problematic. And annually, we continue to discuss the problem of plastic waste. And we at the FCCPC are very concerned. One of our roles is protecting the environment, maybe not so linear and directly, but in the manner of speaking, in consumer protection. And so we've had a few campaigns with respect to that. We've got a few campaigns out encouraging people on making appropriate choices that preserve the environment, both in their consumption and certainly in their disposal methods and mechanisms. Working very closely with
to at least 95% of those of us here in the hall. I need us to cooperate with me so that by the design of this program, we are supposed to be out of this place by 4:10. We are defaulting in that already. And so I urge us, within the next 1 hour, we should be out of this place. And I need you to join me that task. Let me now invite Mr. Alex Abutu, Communication Officer with the AATF. He is unavoidably absent here, but he has a colleague of his who is equally competent to take on that paper. Mr. Onche Ode is the Managing Editor for Africa STI, Science, Technology and Innovation News, as he takes the floor to talk to us on GMOs in the media, what to believe and what not. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes.
What's your PowerPoint? This one. Yes, yes, yes. To the shift, have you? Yes, just shift.
Good afternoon, all. I think I can hear more of the plates than the mouths. So which one takes priority at this time? Is it the mouth or the plate? I'll try as much as possible not to be too academic like the other people have been. So I want to, like my friend Alex Abudu, who is not here, will say,
For those who want to be lazy about protocol, they'll say, I want to stand on existing protocol. My name is Onche Ode. Like I said, I will manage the Africa Science, Technology and Innovation News. Before now, we've been into conventional reporting, still do a lot of science reporting. Alex is somewhere in Ghana trying to replicate the magic that OFA, ATF, NABDA, and Co have done in Nigeria, there in Ghana, with the PBR copy, right, madam? Yes. We achieved a milestone, and Ghana felt slighted, and they said, no, we have to come up and overtake Nigeria. Abby, we've always been their leader, so we are going to give them the heads up, in that respect. So well, welcome back from break. What kind of food did you eat? GM. Is it GM or what's the other name again? So what is organic? What is GM? You see, these are part of the things we need to put in perspective. And I'm glad so many things that we're going to be talking about here had been spoken about before. There is nothing different from what we have before us. It's just the knowledge flow that is different. We find ourselves, in a cross between some generations. A generation that is stuck and a generation that is highly mobile. And that's why we're seeing so many of these things. And that has also affected what comes out through the media. I don't know how many of us were in this industry, or let's say especially those in NABDA, that were around since 2003. Way back then, we had a conference in Abuja then. I came in all the way from Lagos. For 3 days, we were at Sheraton. And what were we doing? We were talking about how to communicate biotechnology. That was also put together by NABDA as well, too. Yes, we didn't know what we were doing then, and but for some of us, it meant so much to us because some of us are half scientists before we became journalists as well. So after then, the reportage of biotechnology actually spiked. And the implication was that people started hearing about a technology that they never heard about before. And that particular event was put together by, I think, Trinity Biotechnology Company, from out there, alongside NABDA. So there was a spike in the reportage of biotechnology. There was less use of the word GMO. I think people don't have a problem with the word biotechnology. Do we have any problem with biotechnology? But when you hear GMO, your ears will do what? Will spike. It's just like saying you don't like suya, but you like goats. Is it different? I don't like suya because they say it causes cancer, but I like goat or I like beef. How do you divorce one from the other? So that's what we will try to do, and that's the beginning of that process. The beginning of that process is the reason why we are all here. This one day cannot be enough. We're going to continue to do this engagement. I plead with the OFAB and NABDA to do so that the myths and misconceptions will be addressed for the sake of the public. We've heard all of this in the past how many hours? That GM crops can have what? Remarkable benefits to the environment. Is that a lie? It's not. Now let's take, for instance, the newest rice that is coming up now. What are they doing with it? The rice that we have now, the roots are tiny. They are too small to absorb what? Nitrogen. That's the basic understanding we need to have now. The roots are too tiny to absorb nitrogen from the soil. So once there is soil, in the soil, and there's rain, flood or drought, the nitrogen will not be available for the rice to uptake. And once that happens, you are not going to have the right kind of productivity. That is the yield per hectare from rice that is anticipated. And believe it or not, that's the reason why we are still bothered about, importing rice from abroad to fill up our internal consumption demand, not to even talk about commercial demands yet. So what they have done is to what? To bring it, to engineer the gene to have a rice that has a bigger root that will uptake nitrogen. But they have taken their time to be sure that they make up the characteristics of that rice is not different from the one we have. Everything about it is the same, but what is different is the fact that this one now is guaranteed to produce at least something like times 10 ahead of whatever the previous rice variety is. So that's just the basic concept about biotechnology, just like taking us through what we have again. So if you look around, I don't want to bore us with what the benefits are. If you want to give yourself a try now, I think we all have children now who are techie. When they come and they ask you for assignments, and you begin to scratch your head, what will your children say? Daddy, Google it. Abi? So if you Google the words, either biotech or GMO, you have not less than 4 million results in a split of a second. If the network is okay now, I will challenge us to try it. Just type GMO and you see flurry of links and things coming out about GMO. Unfortunately, a quarter of these things are all about negative perceptions, most of which have not been founded by any or are not backed up by any scientific claims. You see, negative news has a way of spreading faster than what is good. They say vaccine is good, it's not news to anybody. But suddenly we are seeing people hang metals on their side, on the side of where they took vaccine jabs, and that is the big story. It's all because of the fear we entertain with the advent of technology. But like it has been said, we must move. We need to move. Now, when you think GMO, is this not the kind of picture you see? You think about the apple, which somebody talked about apple here. An overbloated apple or an apple that has been re-engineered that will not get spoiled, and they are wondering that what's inside this apple. Some of this apple you see here are from Jos here. They are not even from the place you think they are from. You know, you see maize and you begin to wonder, the kind of maize we have now, is it the same kind of maize we have in the past? It's not. Things are changing without us knowing. But this is the picture you see each time you think about GMO, especially in the media. Most stories that they write, this is what they're using in illustrating stories about GMO or biotechnology. This is a rat that is overbloated. And then you begin to imagine all of that. Say, man, if I take this, I'll become like this rat. All of this is what they are intended, to, as a matter of fact, create fears that will make you think that the technology, that's biotechnology, is bad. Let me ask, how many of us are coming this close? By just raise of hand, how many of us are coming this close to knowing the kind of facts you know now about GMOs for the first time? I mean, today will be your very first time of hearing all that you have heard about GMO. How many of us here? Is anybody like that? It means we all are knowledgeable about biotechnology and GMO. Is that to say? To some extent, right? But how many of us had misgivings about GMOs before now? Serious reservation. Please, it's important can we project? I need us to just talk briefly, then we'll talk on that. Madam, what was your problem? Or what was your misgiving?
I just want to differ. People in Nigeria here, if you go to Lagos and see presents of vegetables, you will see even ordinary thing that we eat. You will see the one
somebody to roll with the mic.
Have possibility to choose what you want to eat. That's what we like. This is let me take one.
Okay. As an educated person and somebody who values knowledge, you are not sure of the things you see. So you have this phobia about things that are looking abnormal. Okay, that's her problem. Her own perception is based on personal observation. right? Who else again? She said she has a misgivings. Just yeah.
Oh, it was just born out of the boomers' conversation. Nothing too serious.
From the conversation, especially in the media, right?
Yes.
How many of us read some? I mean, okay, Madam, you want to say something?
Yes, I wish to thank. Actually, I was enjoying the discussions on media, radio, television, even some Nigerians outside this country that are outside. They were saying we should not allow that. That is going to affect our soul, and our new generations will be the people that will suffer when you plant something that after a decade or what, that is when you will come back to that particular soil. Moreover, many countries are not accepting planting it in their countries. They are importing. So I listened. That time there was a very hot debate about it.
On the radio?
Yeah, even this organization also came. And they were saying...
Is it the Brekete show?
Not really. No, not really. Okay. On radio, various channels of radio stations. So I got interested in it, and I didn't want to go headlong in telling people about it until we are sure of the safety to the consumer. Yes, the farmer may be having yields and may be having a lot of economic returns, but the consumer is my concern. So as we are learning now, I'm getting a lot of things, and I'll continue to learn until the whole thing will be brainwashed and removed.
Yeah. she has something to say.
Can you pass the mic?
Yeah.
For me, I'm not generally comfortable about the products because, for one, I noticed that oranges don't even have seeds.
Is that okay?
Wow. Yeah. So those are some of the reasons.
Okay, and I told you they are, GM oranges.
Yes, because we're told that GMOs have been existing even before the discovery of today. And then about the prices again. Oh wow. The prices of the non-organic and the organic is different. So I have concern that maybe it is because of the process that to arrive at the GMO that is making it cheaper than non-GMO.
Okay. Sir, as we are moving, we are addressing some of the misgivings. And please respond, sir. Does it transmit, does not have an orange not having seed automatically, classify down?
There are many, like what Isakeju did, use of words, definitions. Out there in agriculture, what we are doing, we're straying into a very technical field, agriculture. You have seen mangoes that can produce two types. How mangoes in Warren? They are from mango leaf. Are you following me? That something looks novel doesn't translate immediately to GMO. See, here we don't have industries. The market is not developed. If you go to Florida, the orange planting group will have a citrus group. Here, everybody does plant one. There's no association, there's no science involved. So there are many things going on in agriculture. Not everything becomes GMO because it's new, seedless. No, that's not.
I was going to ask about anybody who knows about Julie mango.
Julia.
You know the mango, Julie. What about Peter? When it came out, what was on your mind? No, there was no GMO then. You liked it, isn't it? And that's what's in the 90s, isn't it? The first social media came out in the 2000s. I'm trying to let you know about how information is tweaking our mindset without us knowing, especially through the mass media. Through the media generally, it could be the traditional and then the new media. It began, like I said, with innocent spiking in the 2000s, with the innocent spiking of reportage on biotechnology. And then the opponents, those who are opposed to it, saw, like she said, another opportunity for food to be increased on the table. There was misconception. And so people now saw where to cash in on and then work on the mindset of the people and then get more funds to increase their purse. There was Julie Mango and all of that. There was no opposition to it because information flow about it was not as massive as this. Biotech has actually become too open now. The people are being transparent about it. You've just heard that whatever you've seen about PBR was done only by indigenous scientists. So the mass media is helping us to open up conversations on biotech and GMOs for better understanding. I think it is even good that these misconceptions actually came out, because if they didn't come out, there wouldn't have been a need to communicate to people the things you've heard today. So that's why we should count ourselves lucky for being in this generation. So okay. My name is Anche.
The issue of labeling, the issue of full disclosure, the issue of fast-food that sells food. How is it going to tell consumer that, okay, this is GMO, this is not GMO?
That's the process we've started here. First and foremost, I like the curiosity amongst the staffers of FCCPC. If you don't have that level of curiosity, then you're not where you're supposed to be, because whatever, like the media, we're supposed to be curious about anything that comes our way. Same with the regulator too. Want anything that looks too good, please be curious about it. And that's why I'm happy that you're raising all of this curiosity. Madam, Doc, the onus is on you now to continue with this advocacy. Not necessarily wanting to make it look good. Like he came out to list some of the pros and cons. You continue to do that and then let them know that, look, these pros and cons is what exists for every other kind of crop, as it were. Then the issue of trickling down, it's where even the role of the mass media still comes in. We have started with a targeted group. Now we have knowledge built up around you people now. And once that knowledge is well built up, you now have people you begin to talk to informally first, before we now begin to engage the formal avenues that trickles down to them.
So are you getting, the ones we are working on the big place, but we still have the experience and just because very hard that the process no one can move to people that position. That's where the scientific and the policy are sure of things, but the things, the assessments and before the consumers.
Thank you, ma'am.
I think just like some years ago, I had a show about this one they are sick.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. so that I can meet up with time. You see, like there are a few things that you must never believe. Now, the first reason you want to believe somebody is when you say it has been scientifically proven, right? The scientists are telling you that it does not hurt the environment. Rather, it helps the environment to build up power. If you are using less of chemical fertilizer, which has been established to hurt the soil, anything that is going to make you use less of it and get better yield, you will be doing what? Rather, replenishing the environment. It has been also proven that, look, this takes like about 8 years to put together a product, right? And so much money, a lot of time, in between which there's a whole lot of regulation. The likes of fertilizer never had the kind of regulation that they have now, but AgriBiotech is having so much of it. Even vaccines don't have the level of regulation that biotech is having at the moment. So if we want to believe that it is evil, it's bad and it will kill, do we still believe the same thing for the vaccines we take our children to go and take? Let's forget about COVID vaccine. Some of us who have kids, we religiously took our children to go and take all those retinue of immunization. What are those? They are vaccines. We love our children so much that we don't miss that immunization. That is vaccination. Have we bothered to ask ourselves whether that thing kills? So, and also people think that if with GMOs, the life of the farmer is going to be tied to that of seed companies. It's not true. You mustn't believe all of that. There's certain tests better than nature. What is nature? We ask. The plants we're talking about here, the genetically modified crops we're talking about, are planted. They are nurtured. They are harvested. It's not like you go to the lab to create them and bring them out. No media report will tell you such. So the most important thing is for you not to just rely on Google, search to just run away with information. You have the scientists here for you. Always ask about any information you see. Let's be curious to ask if such information has been peer reviewed and by who. We must learn to, as much as possible, differentiate between common sense and science. And people who make common sense, they talk better. They are sweet talkers. But the scientists don't know how to talk. And that's why they are being shouted down at this point. But it's also a challenge to the scientists to also learn how to communicate. So the body of opposition is also good to also shaping up our scientists to become better communicators. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ochi.
You ask later,
yes. It's on purpose. Yes, sir. Since you are an authority,
Yes, I just want to share one story. When I was in primary school, today in the hotel, find milk, sugar, powdered milk, you get to milk. When dried milk came, please to my town, we had had a week for dried milk. It was the first time dried milk was coming to the town. That either Zeke or Awolowo will kill children. It sounds stupid. So that they will bring it in the form of food. So we went to school that day, and really, this skimmed milk, dried milk, it came. And all of us got from the window. There was stamping in Warri. Mothers left the market to go and search for their children. This is a true story. Let me not name the exact place, but I don't think I'm behind. So in talking about biosafety, always remember this. I always remember this story. Novelty has challenges. It's like hair. This is one type of hair. This is another. This is another. As a student of diversity, I've asked myself, why are women wearing different types of hair? You know what my answer is? Every woman wants to look like a mermaid. No man. The man is attractive man. So, you understand what I'm saying? There must be something, whether you are white, black, brown, and so on. There's something about being white. The way you guys. As a biologist, I will tell you, you know why there are no bald women? There are very few bald women. You know why? If your mother was bald, the man looking for a wife do not choose a daughter whose mother was bald. So the baldness gene was not resistant, just out of it. So it's a very strange world to find ourselves in biology, genes, and so on. This is new. So was strange.
Thank you very much. We have a wonderful set of audience. Even when we have stayed so long, we are all still looking very careful and ready to take in more. After the lineup of papers and presentations, Mrs. Akedu is still going to hold the ground and take your questions and answer everything. So I'm racing to complete the paper presentations. No questions now. May I now invite Dr. Rose Gidado to take the floor and present to us the paper Safety of Genetically Modified Food. It was originally meant for Dr. Isofu Kolo, the Regional Director, AATF. Dr. Gidado, please. Let's give her a round of applause as she comes.
Thank you. I wish to, hello everyone. I wish to really apologize for the absence of Dr. Kolo Yusufu, who had to travel to Niger. He's safe now. I gave you in the flash. No, it's safety. That flash I gave you.
Okay.
So he had to travel to Nigeria, I think, for family business. And so he gave me his presentation. Look at it. He gave me his presentation to make for him. And I will just read what he wrote. And let me just, before we get ready with what is there, and don't carry this thing up. I just want to assure you, give you that assurance of safety. All of us here, when we are traveling to a far distance, we travel by air, isn't it? You have the option of going to where you're going to. You have the option of trekking. If you are afraid of the products of science and technology, you have the option to go by road, to use bicycle,
to use motorbike, or car or whatever. But aeroplane is there, but the risk in aeroplane is very, very high. We all know. The moment you board and they close that door, that is it. I mean, you just have two options: either to crash and die, or to arrive safely. Is 90%. I mean, but we still board, isn't it? And the aviation industry is under regulation, to ensure that people, don't crash the air, I mean, and then car accidents and then what. So technology has its own this thing, but that regulation is the key thing to ensure safety. We do our best and then leave the rest to God. But in terms of, I mean, there's no compromise at all. It doesn't see the light of the day if there's any mistake. So the first time in my village, those days, I used to be very, very sick all the time when I was small. So, and then there was no clinic. The clinic, you had to go check very far, you had to go and cross the river and all. I'm just giving you life experience. And so there was this day that they had to use the missionary car to take me. My mother could not continue with me. I cried my head out because I didn't want. It's something I was not used to. I did not want to enter any car. So that is change, the spirit of change. If change is coming, people reject it. But after some time, they get used to it and they become comfortable. So same thing. What are genetically modified organisms? We have done this definition. I don't think we need to take it again. These are some historical background, some historical landmarks that has actually have been achieved. The oldest evidence of artificially selected crops happened 7,800 BC, long ago. And then Jenish and then Means created first genetically enhanced animal, 1974. And then the US Supreme Court was Flavisaver tomatoes, became the first GE food crop approved by US Department of Agriculture. And that tomato is actually for shelf life elongation. Someone had asked question on that. The shelf life elongation, all you need to do, I don't think you need to even bring out, yeah, you can bring genes from somewhere, but you can work within the genome. This the breakdown of the pectins, I mean those tissues, the outer tissues. When you keep tomatoes on the shelf, it degrades on time. So there's an enzyme that promotes that degradation. All you need to do is look at the pathway, shut down the pathway of that enzyme, inactivate it. There's a gene responsible for that. You knock out the gene, and then you have your tomato that can keep, for long on the shelf. So we have many of that. So that is not elongating shelf life is not really something that you have to struggle about. Just look at the biochemical pathways and then work on that, and that's it. So a lot the historical landmarks, if you have these things for us to save time, at least you will have access to this presentation so that you can study more. So genetic engineering, modern crop improvement, 1953, discovery of the DNA, like we have talked about it in my presentation, beginning with the recombinant DNA, that's bringing DNAs together. So by the end of 1960s, the gene code was deciphered, and then gene structure, and then function understood well. In 1972, Boyer and Cohen, using bacterial plasmid, made the first genetically engineered microorganism. In 1974, even insulin is a product of genetic modification. Of course, the insulin is being used and then put in a Escherichia coli bacteria because it grows very fast and is easy to manage and is cheaper. So it's being incorporated in Escherichia coli bacteria, which is safe, is there in our bodies, and That's why insulin is easily affordable. So in 1975, what I think these ones are really too long. How GM crops are made, we had talked about it. I gave you the steps. You identify your trait of interest, of course, then isolate the genetic trait, put it in the whatever you want to modify, insert, and then get your final. You can use so many means. We have gene gun, it's here. This is the gene gun, and then you have the vector, the agrobacterium transfer DNA that is safe, is a soil bacterium. So there's no problem. You just incorporate the gene in the genome of that bacterium, put it in your crop, and it transfers it. And the bacterium gets to the soil. Once you plant the crop, the bacteria disappears into the soil. So, I mean, the bacterium. So the discovery and use of BT, how BT was discovered, the Bacillus thuringiensis, in 1901. It was first isolated by Japanese, and in 1911, Bacillus was re-isolated, and then 1928, it was used as a tool for pest control. It's been used from time immemorial as a liquid, and like farmers used to spray on their crops. So the first commercial Bacillus was also, I think, bio-based biopesticide introduced in France. The first GE engineered, genetically engineered corn with genes, and so on and so forth. So this is just a history. So the mechanism of the BT toxin, I think much earlier on, I told you something little about it, is an insecticidal plant. They take the technology and safety of GMBT crops. A larva ingests BT spores. A larva ingests that's the maruca. In this case, we're talking about maruca in ingesting the spores and then the cry proteins, and then it disrupts their this thing and then kills them. Away, I don't know if you know. Which is hardly safe because other organisms and humans do not have a receptor for the toxin. It cannot affect human beings. It can only affect those insects. In living organisms and proteins and their receptors, they work like key and lock. One cannot take the one car key and start the engine of another car. That's just the mechanism. Very specific, well-known example is insulin. So the mechanism of action was identified since 1950s by biochemists. So these ones, antisense RNA, another way to make GM, and what, let me just skip this. And then safety of GMO, intensive examination of GMO for safety. These are list of regulatory agencies that actually, ensure safety, and they are in charge of regulation. In USA, we have the Environmental Protection Agency, and then we have the United States Department of Agriculture, and then we have the Food and Drug. In their own, what they did was they adopted already existing regulatory bodies, and then added, the GM aspect. So the Food and Drug is in charge of maybe things like vaccine, anything in the area of health that you have to use genetic modification methods to develop. And then in the area of agriculture is USDA, and then environmental protection, they take care of chemicals and all those things, anything that concerns the environment. So, but here in Nigeria, everything is under the National Biosafety Management Agency. So in Europe, the European Union Food Safety Agency with rigorous and stringent criteria for safety. Thus, we have the EFSA. The EFSA analysis of safety experiments, design, and results before they give authorization and for release of importing GMO food and feed. Every European country has National Agency for Food and Feed Safety. France, French Agency for Food, Environmental and Occupational Health and Safety. And then in Germany, Federal Institute for Risk Assessment. So New Zealand, they have theirs. So many international regulatory agencies. Every country has its own. So now, the safety of GM, uh, intensive examination of GMO for safety. We have to go over this again. Scientific rules for examining GM safety have been established by OECD, WHO, and FAO, and the national biosafety agencies of every country. Feeding trials must be conducted and results submitted to those biosafety agencies. No effects on growth of test animals in comparison with non-GMO line. No effects of growth. No effects on growth, of course. They have to ascertain that. Digestibility studies are also very often conducted. And then IQ, they use animals, they use rats, rabbits, and all those, acute chronic toxicity tests, which include carcinogenicity and allergenicity and all, Example, transgenic soybeans expressing 2S albumin from Brazil Hazel Nut project was stopped by Environmental Protection Agency because allergenicity was detected. So the aim of the project was to enrich soybeans with sulfur amino acids. But we know that soybeans, I think, has allergenicity components in it. Some people don't even tolerate soybeans. So intensive examination of GMO, continuous scientific rules and words, because of these safety measures, for more than 25 years in Europe, before they accepted GM, of course, billions of people, USA, Canada, Brazil, China, Australia, Argentina, Japan, Korea, South Africa, and even in Europe, have been and are consuming GM food, and nobody became sick or died following consumption of GM food products. Per capita, Japan is one of the largest importers of GM soybeans as food, and as Japanese production of soybean represents only 1/4 of the soybean consumed in Japan. So, most of these countries, they don't have land for cultivation. So now the question is, are these billion of people consuming GMO food uneducated or simply stupid or so? Even uneducated people know what is poison. So billions of animals also have been fed with GMO, and not a single one died or became sick because of GMO feed. So the animal husbandry in Europe is highly, they are highly dependent on massive imports. Europe is the largest importer. Like I told you, they're the largest market for USA on soybean and soybean meal, and then on corn. So between July 2019, June what? So many others. Babajide is standing by. This thing is plenty because we have the cancer controversy, part of it. The Seralini report is all contained here. Like it started in 2012. Babajide, please give me small. In 2012, a group of French scientists led by Seralini published an article, and that article really, it put us on a very, very high jump, high speed. That thing was just everywhere, and that time, and it was a bazaar. So in their trial, they used the GMO maize at the concentration of 11, 22, and 33 plus the control 0 with or without glyphosate. So their article showed pictures of rats with big tumors. Only the pictures of the treatments were shown, even before the journal was published. The article, some mainstream media in France opened a campaign denouncing the GMO using Seralini's findings, and that finding was not really scientifically based. Seralini had given a paper to journalists on condition that they might not consult with any other scientists about the paper. So they can do anything. All those antigens, they have the same strategy, all of them. And then the National Academies of Agriculture, Medicine, on War, Technologies, and Veterinary Sciences became appointed at the same time. Chemical toxicology, by Gilles Eric Seralini et al. So where the authors claim that there is a strong, tumorigenic and toxic effect in rats through consuming genetically modified maize, Monsanto, that's NK603 maize, or through low-level exposure to the weed killer Roundup. So they just wanted to bring down the cells of Roundup, and then that's Roundup, soybeans, that's Roundup. And so they also wanted to kill the technology. And you know that most chemicals, pesticides, are being manufactured over there in the EU, the European countries, most of the big companies. And they're actually, I'm sure they paid the Seralini to do something like that. But scientists got together and rejected. So EFSA, European Food Safety Assessment, rejected the validity of the study. Of course, September 2012, they had to get together. They requested, the request was put up by the European Commission to review the publication and identify whether clarifications are needed from the authors. So EFSA notes that the Seralini et al. 2012 study has unclear objectives and is inadequately reported in the publication, with many key details of the design, conduct, and analysis being omitted without such details. So you read the details and all this. So we have many scientists asked Seralini to, about 700 scientists, they asked Seralini to provide his raw data, and for statistical analysis, real analysis. And the author for many years refused. So that means, he was really playing the people. So the author was asked to name the laboratories that did most of the analysis for him. He refused. So it was violating all scientific rules under the pretense that this is to protect the labs. The author was asked to disclose the organization and that funded all in, so everything about the Seralini study was actually debunked. Many other projects, many studies, let me not, the thing is just a lot. Let me just take this one because I'm getting to the end now. All these three studies reached the same. So there were many different groups actually that came together to debunk what the Seralini did. And in all the three trials, batches of NK603 maize treated or not treated with Roundup during culture were compared to untreated control maize. A breed of rats showing the lowest incidence of spontaneous tumors in most organs compared to the breed used by Seralini was used, with 50 animals per group. For the carcinogenicity study, the results did not reveal any dietary-related adverse effects for up to 2 years with NK603 maize, grown with or without Roundup. Actually, what was later discovered was that the rats were already predisposed to cancer, to those tumors, before they were actually used by Seralini. So the studies funded by AU and conducted by European labs, and another study funded by the French government and conducted by the French disproved Seralini study. They did not find any evidence that GMO cause cancer or make damage and all those things. So risk analysis, usually you have to do in your regulatory work, you have to do risk assessment, science-based, risk management, policy-based, risk communication, interactive, just as we're doing, exchange of ideas. So risk analysis is composed of three activities: risk assessment, risk communication, risk management. Although there is inevitable overlap, of course, among the activities. These activities are separate. For risk assessment, a scientific process used to identify hazards, and the likelihood of occurrence. Listen very well in this, and the impact on human and animal health and on the environment. Identification of possible risk mitigation measures, sometimes possible. You have to weigh them, evidence-based and scientifically defensive. Whatever you find out, you have to, defend it scientifically. It requires diverse collection of expertise and a significant knowledge base, harmonized with internationally accepted approaches. Then the risk management, which is policy-based. Decision making, this is about decision making. That's why it is policy based. Then implementation of risk mitigation, because once you identify a risk, you must, learn how to mitigate it. Of course, balance between safety and non-safety considerations, economics have to come in, cultural, political, consideration of benefits as well, and the farmers benefiting, and what is it impacting on their lives, all those things. Before you take decision, you have to weigh all of them. And then risk communication. And once you identify that there's a risk somewhere, how do you communicate it? So it's a non-technical dialogue. It's about dialogue. Of course, risk, real and perceived. So there are different categories of risk. You have the perceived one, which is usually the case. You have the real risk, and so goal is to reduce the discrepancy between real risk and perceived risk. So effective risk communicators are trusted and credible. Then risk communication fails when there is an information vacuum between scientific assessment of risk and the public's perception of risk. Concluding thoughts. Endpoints of the assessment process is to conclude that GMO food is as safe as its conventional counterparts. Absolute safety is an unachievable goal. We know that there's no 100% in every process. At best, the absence of harm when used under anticipated conditions can be demonstrated. So on behalf of Kolo, the regional director is here. I want to thank you so much for your attention. It's highly technical and well, no problem. I think the good thing with this forum is that women are more in number, and I think we need to give ourselves a big clap. I wanted to say this at the beginning. This is the first time, I'm in the midst of women. Usually it's either only me or one person, but at least today, I think we've carried the vote. So more kudos to us all.
Thank you very much. That was actually aggravating my mind. But I kept it to myself so that I would not be accused of being male chauvinist. Okay, ladies and gentlemen,
So you have yours.
I have the honor and privilege to announce to us that we have come to the very last paper for the day. And the beauty of it is that not by any particular design, but the last paper naturally concludes all what we have been talking about. It's a legal thing, and it is going to be GMOs who is qualified to seek redress. Isn't it wonderful? Barrister Frank Tietie, or the Executive Director, Citizens Advocacy for Social and Economic Rights, is taking the floor. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes to us.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I don't intend to take much time. I wanted to carry my laptop, but considering that Mr. Babajide had indicated that we were not going to spend more than an hour, and that hour has actually been spent, so I have less than 5 minutes. What I intend to do is to crave your indulgence and take an additional 2 or 3 more minutes, in addition to 5 minutes, and conclude. These are very important parts of the whole thing we've been talking about. Before I go on, let me thank the director of FAB and the organizers and for giving me the opportunity to come to make this presentation. I will make available the electronic copy of a research paper in this regard because we may find it handy. Again, I'd like to be a bit more painstaking in making these papers, in doing these papers. I wrote an article casually on genetics and the use of DNA tests, and I was surprised the This Day newspaper gave it a full page. And I said to myself that I perhaps would have been a bit more detailed if I had the opportunity. But that publication gave me an opportunity to be invited to the last MBA conference in Ibadan, where I made a more detailed presentation. So I wouldn't want to take this opportunity lightly. I want to give a very well-researched paper, which I'll send across in this regard. My task is very simple and straightforward. Who are those persons who can seek redress? Now, the deadline that I propose and I want to use is 1995. If GMOs since 1995 have been in operation, and we haven't had very serious contest as to their safety, and the general assessment, the general conclusion that GMOs are safe. For me, I have been a promoter of GMOs for a long time, from my teenage years, even from the secondary school where I had followed issues of genetics. So it's easier for someone like me to accept that. Now, speaking from the standpoint of the law, I'm very excited that the representative of the Director General of the FCCPC made copious references to the 2018 law. Now, no, the FCCPC Act, and I'm going to make reference to Section 18, subsection 4. Now, again, before we go on, very importantly, this is very important. Dr. Kolo and a host of the speakers have been talking about issues struggling to convince us why, with regards to the safety of biotechnology products. But in Nigeria, having subscribed to the Convention on Biosafety, Biodiversity, and then the Cartagena Protocols, to which we now have a standing law, which is the National Biosafety Management Act of 2015 as amended in 2019. Section 1 of that act simply states that the NBMA shall be the final authority with regards to safety issues and regarding GMOs, biotechnology, or whatever. So if for whatever reason the NBMA says such and such a product is safe, that's the end of the matter. There is no contention about that. That's Section 1 of the law. Now, what about if you look at section, and I'm going to go straight now to that point of who has the power, who has the legal capacity to seek redress. I wonder, why would you seek redress if GMOs are safe? Why would you think that persons will be offended, will be affected by a sort of mishandling of GMO products to the extent that they can seek redress in court? And which court can they seek redress in? Interestingly, and I so much like the last presentation Dr. Gidado had presented, and interestingly, I will send you something. You know, the glyphosate wars have gone to the point. You just cited the European group of scientists. The latest, because I'm a member, I'm following the Genetics Literacy Society. A publication that came out today. Say, very interesting. I did a digression. I'll take just a second to do that. That the latest studies are actually, apart from the one I first published, which I sent a copy to you, the latest studies are actually showing that glyphosate can actually be useful, which is the major problem in the Roundup games, can actually be useful in the cure of cancer. So let us not even go there. Let me go back to my point. there was a very important question that was asked in course of the presentation, that why do we have anti-GMOs? I think it's simplistic to think that they do that all because for professional fundraising and then to line their pockets. I also work as a practicing lawyer. I've been practicing as a Nigerian lawyer, and then I've also practiced as an international human rights lawyer up to the United Nations, and then I've also practiced as an international humanitarian lawyer because we are a country that has been involved in an insurgency. But you see, we need to understand that it's as a result of trade wars, you know, and Dr. Rose Guirado had made reference to it clearly when it says that it is about persons who bring money to frustrate the progress we are making in the GMO development, I mean in biotechnology development, who are losing, and then they bring money to that effect, and there are some persons who are willing to take the money and continue the campaign. Unfortunately, those of us who are who work for the promotion of biotech, application of biotechnology, as we have seen very well in the area of vaccine development, we don't have the kind of, we don't have the mindset of being in a war. So, but what we just need to do, science deals with facts. And I'll close by going to that point, because the issue about the trade war is actually between, I'll take less than 5 minutes, I'll be done, Mr. Babajide, I can assure you, is between trial lawyers and scientists. Why the scientists deal with facts, proved or disproved, trial lawyers in the trade war specifically are the ones who try to debunk much of what the scientists have made in terms of progress. Now, considering, I will close with this example. Legal capacity to seek redress can only be made by persons who have legal capacity. And who are those who have legal capacity in our country? Those who have legal capacity are natural persons like you, and then artificial persons, that is incorporated persons, and then the government. So I'll pick just one example. Let's say, for example, under Section 23 of the NBMA Act, the NBMA Director General, in conjunction with the board, approves a particular application of either an importation of GMO products or a biotechnology finished product, with a caveat in law, we call it, with a warning, with a notice that this particular product is applicable only for feeding animals. And now, under Section 39 of the NBMA Act, it has the power to constantly check all the approvals that it has given, whether the ones you see in shelves, when you go to a place like Sahar Stores or Grand Square, or which other ones are frequent, or ShopRite, you will see products that are very well labeled. This is a product of genetically modified genetic engineering. There are many products like that. And we'll deal with the issues of, we don't have the time to deal with the issue of labeling, but the representative of the Director General of FCCPC spoke about labeling, which is very important under Section 18.4. Now, in closing, with the example I have given, when you now go to the supermarket and you find out that that product, the NBMA, discovers that that product that was certified only for feeding animals has now found its way to one form of palm oil or one vegetable oil, that is as a result of mishandling of an already approved product. The problem is not about the safety of an approved product, but it's about when those for whom products have been approved mishandle them, and then it causes problem. And now, interestingly and unfortunately, as individuals, you may not be able to find out where these problems, if any of these approved products have been contaminated. It is still only the NBMA that can determine any product that has been mishandled or contaminated. Now, in closing, when the NBMA now announces, for example, that we are withdrawing so canola, this on the basis of contamination and the rest, and somebody who has consumed it somewhere there feels offended, gets a medical report, and then traces it one way, hires one of these brilliant scientists, and then they trace it and say, oh, it is as a result of that contamination of so and so that I got sick, or I got this, I got that. Now, that is as a result of somebody, that person can actually seek redress. The issues are more serious than you think. It can also go beyond the point of where you might want to mention issues of class action, meaning one person who suffers something might as well say, I represent all the others across Nigeria who have suffered all of this, even though I don't know them. And you can approach the Federal High Court to that effect. I'll close indeed with this. What about if it has to do with a product that the MBMA approved or the National Biosafety Management Agency of a country, say like China, approved and has been imported into Nigeria, and the MBMA eventually, or through the FCCPC, finds out that it is contaminated or mishandled? Who will seek redress in that case? We're looking at transnational issues, international issues, where individuals are not recognized except in regards to when you discuss issues of private international law. But one major force that can seek redress becomes our country like Nigeria, that can now either institute trade dispute mechanisms at regional levels, whether it is at West African level, at ECOWAS, at regional level, it can be at the Human Rights Court, at Arusha and Tanzania, or it can be at WTO, or it can be a direct engagement in one form of international relations, or it can also even be referred to as a war crime or a crime against humanity, or it can be used under the ICC or whatever. So it's one major thing that is important is that the MDMA, working with the FCCPC and the Federal Ministry of Justice, can actually, on behalf of us as citizens, engage countries who, one way or the other, mishandle or misapply or deceive or go through, take advantage of our system and import or export products that are unhealthy. So basically, I have made a promise. I'm going to send the well-researched paper detailing the applicable areas of the MBMA Act, the FCCPC Act, and then the international law regime with regards to this. And I'm even working on the legal environment of biosafety in Nigeria. The truth about it is that every one of us as individuals can seek redress for any perception for violation of our rights under the biosafety rules. I will close by saying that rather than, for those of us who oppose, who out of ignorance oppose the huge development, the great advancement this world has achieved in the area of biotechnology, and our country has not been left out for a long time, unknown to so many people. And I was able to dig up the law the other day, even before NAFTA, and I'm sure Dr. Rose appreciates that. Our country, working under the Federal Ministry of Science and Technology, many years ago, more than 3 decades ago, close to 4 decades, has been working seriously on biotechnology development. One thing that will help us is that let all of us lie behind the National Biosafety Management Agency, because it is the final authority that will determine that this product is safe, and it's also the authority that will continue to monitor products that are in the market, and will also give us the intelligence that we require to prosecute our cases either in our local courts at the Federal High Court here or at the International Court. Importantly, very importantly, so that I don't miss this point, the National Biosafety Management Agency is supposed to be, it's one agency. If you look at section 22 to section 30 of the Act, shows a very stringent, and I'm sure Dr. Dore was very correct, that Nigeria, the legal regime of safety as required in section 22 to section 30 of the MBMA Act is one of the most stringent in the world. So I believe that all we need to do is get closer, follow closely what the MBMA is doing, follow its report, and then we can use that to assure ourselves of safety of biotechnology products and GMO products in Nigeria. And when they give any intelligence that requires us to follow suit with anybody that has mishandled or manhandled or misapplied biotechnology, we can also rely on them. In fact, you can approach the court and with single evidence of saying, this is what the NVMA has said about this product, and this country facilitated it, this company did so, or this individual did that, or so and so, and then we require a redress in terms of compensation. And it's something that, knowing that there will be compensation, I know that we have a very high standard in Nigeria. Biotechnology companies are extraordinarily careful, I can assure you. Thank you very much.
Barrister Frank actually electrified the hall, and in spite of the fatigue that was obvious on the faces of everybody, he held his 10 minutes very brilliantly. Thank you very much. Let's give him a round of applause, please. There's only one person that can lead us to the point where we invite someone to say a vote of thanks, signifying the end of this meeting. And I have the honor to invite Mrs. Akeju, Director of Quality Assurance and Development of Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission.
Okay then. It's nice to be here again. And Mr. Iletogun, right? We've been on this since about 20 years ago. We've been on it since about 20 years ago. And they've always found it very efficient and capable of anchoring anything on GMO. Let's give him a round of applause too. You know, the media sensitization, the judges sensitization is always the one that have been anchoring those things. You know. So we have all come here, and I'm sure that we've gained one thing or the other. You'll be any of I'm sure all of us have heard of GMO at one point or the other, but to now know the facts, to now dispel all our fears, and then we can go all the way out there and tell people. And as I mentioned earlier, we still need to sensitize the NGOs, please. Please, let's have that in mind, because the commission, if you stand on top of the roofs, we can't shout and the whole nation will hear. So we still need full soldiers to really take the message to the knocks and crannies of the country. So on behalf of the organizers, FCPC and the NABDA and our support, we want to, yes please. Yes, okay. No, there is another. Actually, when you are making your presentation, the paper was taken around whether anybody, they said they asked all the questions that they have. They've asked all the questions they wanted to ask, you know. So that's why he said I can give the vote of thanks now, because we already done some, so that we can move fast and then leave this place. You know, so on behalf of everybody, the staff of FCPC, we really say thank you for this initiative, the support and everything. And hopefully this will be a continuous exercise, because the commission will keep on recruiting, other organizations will keep on bringing new people, whether as partners or whatever, and then they may need to be sensitized. So this thing should be a continuous exercise, and it should be the benefit of all. So on behalf of the chief, the executive vice chairman of the commission, when we say barrister, they said no, we shouldn't be put barrister again. Now so I just say Babatunde Irukera, because it's more than a barrister. I'm telling you, the person we have is more than that. So just call him Babatunde Irukera, and it's okay with you. So on his behalf and the executive commissioners, the management and staff of FCPC, we really thank NABDA for this opportunity. We hope we retaliate one of these days. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma. Please, can we rise for the national anthem? Do you have it?
Yes. Oh, but okay. Yes, sir. there's no
It
power
can't be.
for the women.
They are even growing.
So,